Chapter 136, Planning for the Camp Xiao Repair. Lao Jiang, how's it hurt? A sturdy man in a half-old military uniform walked into the room with a curtain. His beard and half of his face looked like old wild ginseng, and his hair was more like a disheveled straw. He hadn't been combed for a long time, and it was a little sticky and knotted. There was still a little bit of grease on his chapped lips, and while he was talking, this man was full of sickness on the bed with a playful expression. On the bed was a colleague who was about 40 years old, with a piece of clothing on his back. Hearing the old friend mentioning this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and was too lazy to twist his head, and responded viciously, "How? When did the Lord suffer from this kind of loss? Or if you didn't bring the guy, you would kill that group in the afternoon." Zhang Yukai was late in the afternoon for the roll call, and then he quarreled with President Qian, who was under the new governor of the Beijing camp, Sun Yinyuan. He was convicted of 2 crimes and was fined 10 military sticks. Because the executioner was also the direct line of the chief executive, so when he hit the ground, he didn't show any mercy at all, and he almost broke his ass. He was not the only one who was beaten. There were dozens of people. When a group of punished people were beaten with a stick, they were still very unconvinced and they all yelled at them. Before Xiang Qingbo Li Guozhen was in charge of the management of the Beijing camp, due to lack of direction and negligence in the management of the army, the discipline was lax, the army was lax, and the generals were greedy, which made the Beijing camp's combat power deteriorating. On the morning when Sun Yinyuan took office, he checked the roster of officers and soldiers. In the afternoon, he called and paid pay. Those who did not come were removed, and those who were late were severely punished to purge the Beijing camp and boost morale. However, this kind of thunder method did not allow the military men to buy it. Only about half of the number of people arrived on time, and there were as many as 3,000 latecomers. This was because they heard the wind of payment coming to collect the money. Sun Yinyuan stipulated that all those who are late will receive payment 1 month later. This month, they will receive the 5 army baton first. Those who fail to arrive will be removed from the list and will never be used. This caused great dissatisfaction among many middle and lower level officers. Senior officers dragged their families and faced the celebrities around the prince. Most of them dared not speak, but these illiterate men were different. They had a confrontation with the governor on the spot. Under the threat of firearms, the last 6 people who led the trouble were arrested. They were scheduled to be beheaded at noon tomorrow. 15 people were punished with 20 army sticks. Zhang Yukai was the lightest, and the rest were deported. Sun Yinyuan publicly announced that these people would commit the crime again, will not be merciless. Zhang Yukai was angry when he saw Yang Dashu's unrelated virtues. This bastard was clearly watching his own joke. "You fart. Could it be that I came to see my old Zhang's joke tonight?" When an accident happened in the afternoon, the old boy drew back and hid as far as he could. The size is considered to be a boss company commander. What a shame to the young and old in Beijing. If it weren't for his own butt pain, I really want to kick him in the past. Yang Dashu snorted and asked nonchalantly, "Is that kind of person? I won't pull you in the afternoon. I'm afraid your armed goods will rush to the forefront, and you will be able to collect the corpse if you know it. Are those 2 lumps of meat better?" The two had a very close personal relationship, and Zhang Yukai didn't appreciate the love, and instead said, "Bullshit. Do you think my 2 lumps of meat are the 2 lumps on the mother's chest? If your turtle grandson asks me to play with my mother, I will put it on the pants will follow you." The shy Yang Dashu didn't want to be taken advantage of by the goods, so he sipped directly. It's because you are so tired that you didn't get the 2 months worth of payment that your father owed, and you have to eat with others. Still want to play with the mother-in-law? Go back and play with your mother-in-law. They are all big men, and they often joke with each other, so Zhang Yukai didn't take the other party's words to heart. Go to your uncle. Now that you said that, I will book your daughter of a tortoise grandson first. Who will? You can't compete with me either. Both of them are old bachelors. There is no daughter-in-law, let alone a daughter-in-law. Yang Dashu helped this guy dispel the idea. Daughter? Just your virtue. Ha ha. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Just wait, I will raise her. If you become an old girl, you won't let her marry you. Zhang Yukai hoped that he would not be able to hit even without 8 poles, and asked, then you come to fart. It's definitely not possible to see me. You can get out if you have nothing to do with the sun. I don't know how long the ramming part has not been washed, let alone look at it. It will make you feel sick if you smell it. Yang Dashu curled his lips and said, I came to see you with good intentions. You don't know how to praise. Zhang Yukai snorted when he heard the words, and took the opportunity to sarcastically said, does anyone come here empty-handed? Your turtle grandson is reluctant to buy a little snack. It's really stingy to get home. I have invited you to eat so many meals before. Yang Dashu lifted his hand, looked at the licensed goods that were slightly dissatisfied, and asked tentatively, I will give you a big deal of tens of thousands of pulls of silver. Do you dare to join the company? Zhang Yukai laughed, laughing so much that it would affect the wound on his butt, and said contemptuously, with your courage, do you dare to grab Dikang? If you pay tens of thousands of pulls of silver, your turtle grandson can grab tens of thousands of dollars. Scrap iron, even if my old Zhang looked down on you. Speaking of courage, Yang Dashu, the tortoise and grandson, are the least courageous among them, and they can't make it to the table at all. If they don't know how to eat, drink, and bet, everyone would not bother to take him with him and blind him. Suddenly mentioning such a big deal today, others might be able to believe it, but Zhang Yukai decided not to believe it. Not to mention finding a gold mountain or silver mountain nearby. This kind of good thing is not his turn. Yang Dashu didn't care either, and asked a little urgingly, you just say to do it or not to do it. Zhang Yukai leaned his chin on the back of his hand and asked without buying it, you haven't said what is the matter, so why do you ask me to do it first? Yang Dashu did not compromise, and continued to insist unmovedly. The rules, you must agree before you can join the group, otherwise you will tell others after you have listened that this matter will soon be disturbed by you. Zhang Yukai knew that the tortoise grandson had no guts, and forgave him for not being able to do anything out of the ordinary, so he accepted. Can you still let your tortoise grandson call in? My grandfather wants to listen to your tortoise grandson. What's the sale of tens of thousands of dollars? If you have a fart, let it go. If it wasn't for him to get a military stick, Yang Dashu would want to slap this broken mouth a few times, and said dissatisfied, listen well, don't be scared to pee when you say it. You guys are going to come and scream when you are ugly. Camp Scream is a soldier who fell asleep and had a nightmare due to excessive stress or mental breakdown. He suddenly woke up and went crazy. Others were infected by it. This triggered a chain reaction and turned the entire barracks into a battlefield. Zhang Yukai, as the general manager, certainly knew what Ying Xiao was, and he knew better what Yang Gizhan meant by Ying Xiao. But they didn't understand what they were doing in this way. Just as Zhang Yukai guessed, Yang Dashu opened the curtain and whistled in the direction outside the door, and then 2 people walked into the house. Da Marshal, Mazzi, 3 Cant. The 3 people who came in, one of them shook their heads, and their faces looked particularly big. One has a pocky face and a bamboo stick in his mouth. The other skinny man was like a monkey, with his eyes rolling. Broken Mouth promised. Da Marshal looked at Yang Gizhan, then looked at the open mouth that was crawling to heal his wounds before opening a question. Okay. Yang Dashu agreed, and stopped speaking. There was basically no place for him to speak. You are. Zhang Yukai felt that these people had come to force him to join the group, and Yang Gizhan was just a sophomore. Da Marshal didn't think of himself as an outsider. He pulled a chair and sat down. He said directly, when the matter is up to now, I am not afraid of you to say it. I will open the skylight to speak up. There are my 3rd brother and Xuqian in there. My cousin, as well as Go's gorilla nephew. The surnamed son doesn't even give gorilla face to him, and his nephew will be cut off tomorrow. Naturally, my 3rd brother will not be spared. Seeing that his siblings were harmed by the villain, Gerchi had already told Xuqian about this, and several of them had agreed to it, and only a few of you were left. Now Zhang Yukai fully understands that since the soft is not good, they will come to the hard. The jinning is intricately rooted, and Sun Yin has arrived at the beginning of the day. It is impossible to control the overall situation. As long as there are these people who are not dealing with him, they are still in their respective positions, not to mention that it is only a day. Even if it is a month or even a year, he will not even want to completely take over the Beijing camp. It seems impossible to take over. I'm afraid that the purpose of these people's screaming is not only to save people, but also to take advantage of the opportunity of the Emperor Xianyu to kill Sun Yin in order to demonstrate to the prince, and don't interfere in the Beijing camp in the future military affairs. However, if this is the case, a fire merger and even a large-scale fight will be inevitable. After all, the surnamed Sun also brought hundreds of people from the Yonghui camp, and it is unlikely that the other party will make compromises and concessions to Gurchi and others. In the future, if they are in charge of their own affairs, and if the water on both sides does not violate the river, the surnamed Sun will be emptied, and the power will be a bit weaker than that of Xiangqing Boli Guozen. No one will put him in the eyes and be in consideration of Lai Wei. The surnamed Sun will not let go. When Da Ma Xiao saw Jiang Po's mouth still thinking, he smiled unscrupulously. Our 5 barracks have tens of thousands of warriors. Brothers are all daring to each other. Once something happens, they can respond to each other and fear that his surname is grandson. That eggless object. The hundreds of people he brought with him are not enough for us to step on. As long as the surnamed Sun dares to confront us, it will be a dead end. Don't blame the brothers for being ruthless. The soldiers of the 5 army camp are far less mysterious than Da Ma Xiao said, but there are definitely thousands of soldiers directly drawn out. Sun Yin's direct line had to face an enemy 10 times his own, and the possibility of defeating the opponent was extremely slim. What's more, the Jinying gang is on their own territory, and they want to launch a sneak attack in the dark. The chances of this success are too great. These things were something Zhang Yukai wanted to manage but couldn't manage. After thinking for a long time, he had to ask, are all the above passing anger? Da Ma Xiao categorically said, then you need to ask. Don't do it tonight, it will be late when dawn, maybe the surnamed Sun can't wait for noon, and you will have to chop off those few. What are you doing? Are you scared? Knowing the earth-shattering event, I must not back down at this time, otherwise this group of people may really kill people. Zhang Yukai can only persevere, and said stiffly, fear? Humphrey, ask the 2 behind you, I am afraid. Have you ever had any trouble? Have you ever been a counselor? Thinking of the old virtues of this guy, Mazzy nodded. Don't say it, it's hard to break your mouth, whether it's eating money or playing with a woman. The 3 wills who have been staying in the corner also echoed, that's right, the tortoise Sun counseled. I won't be counseled if I break my mouth. The origin of the name 3 will not is because the master cannot lead soldiers to fight, secondly cannot read or break characters, and thirdly cannot be a servant and listen to orders, so he will flatter his boss, give him money, ask him when visiting a certain building. He always got this handle. Hearing someone compare himself with himself, Yang Dashu hurriedly interjected, don't talk about your father and me. He has never been counseled when he plays with women. 3 will not rolled his eyes, and said happily, you have never counseled, only the woman you have played with knows. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the people in the room began to laugh. When it comes to women, everyone will immediately have the topic of confession, and they will often talk in full swing. Da Ma Xiao's eyes suddenly showed a fierce light, and he thought viciously, Mom, after finishing this ticket, let's play with women. Hearing that there was a large amount of silver, Mazzy also came to the spirit, and said, I heard that the surnamed Sun brought a lot of silver to pay, and the remaining tens of thousands of liang were put in his big account. If we were, then, it doesn't need to be too much. The 5 people in the house are 200 tls each, so you can spend a long time. Savory spicy food, and play with the most beautiful woman in the building. It's no problem to be happy for 2 or 3 months. The 3 wills were extremely happy, and licked their violent lips and said, "That's tens of thousands of tons of silver, a silver mountain. If we don't get it, we will be swallowed by the surnamed sun." D.A. Marshall looked at the 2 idiots contemptuously, and retorted in a serious manner, "What do you know? Not only do you want to rob people, but you have to come." The 3 wills were stunned, and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what is one pot end? If you do the surnamed sun, why don't we do it?" Speaking of the most important thing, D.A. Marshall looked out the window and found that there was no movement, so he deliberately leaned down and said in a low voice, "I guess the top is going to be on the side of the emperor. I heard that the prince has copied the noble house in the past 2 days." Yes, the tens of millions of tons of silver copied out are piled in the imperial city. Less to say, there are also 30 to 50 million tons. Think about it. If our Jinin can enter the imperial city, TSK. The remaining 4 people in the room were all stunned, and there was no change in their expressions. Everyone was wondering how big a pile of 35 million tons of silver was. If they went in by themselves, they could be divided into 1,800 tons. It's silver. Zhang Pozui was the first to remember, and he didn't believe it. "Really? Do you want to clear your side?" D.A. Marshall said with great certainty. "Of course the 19 is not the 10th. The surnamed son is the celebrity next to the prince. If we kill him, the prince will not send the Yonghui camp to fight us. Do it endlessly, and go directly to the imperial city, where you can change the dynasty and become the emperor. My brothers will get rich if we grab a handful of them. The big deal is to go back to our hometown and enjoy the good fortune. Since it's all head-off things, why don't you play big ones? Stake your own life in exchange for the glory and wealth of the rest of your life. If you lose, you will lose your head. If you win, you can lie in bed and play with women every day. Whether this account is worthwhile depends on how you settle it." Chapter 137, What Can I Do? Several people in the room have been told by D.A. Marshall that they have dreams of getting rich, not to mention that they have robbed thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. Even if everyone can get 500 or 600 tals, they can make everyone happy. They have never seen such a large sum of money. Those tens of millions of tals of silver piled in the imperial city, dear, it must be a big pile, it must be a big silver mountain. Just looking at it, you can live for half a year, lying on it, sleep on it. This life the city's lucky stars are shining, and good luck is in the head. As long as you have a lot of money, the house and the woman are all things that come just as you say it is. From now on, you can live the good life of a high-ranking official and gentry. During the day, you will go around, and at night, you will hug your left and right and drink, have fun. So happy. This group of broken reminders are really mindless. D.A. Marshall had to remind him again and arrange the next thing. "Ah, what good things do you want? I haven't even started to dream of the characters. To tell you, saving people is the first step, and killing the sun is the second step, and then we are acting by chance. Only by controlling the big camp, we can get the money in Sun's hand. The silver in the imperial city, that it depends on the meaning of the above. Even if you really get into the imperial city in the end, how much money can some big boss be divided into? There are also a bunch of lieutenants, generals, guerrillas, squadrons, camps, trumpeters, Chinese troops, and generals on it. Thinking of these uncles who usually dominate their heads, I feel a headache. Besides, the imperial city is heavily guarded. If you want to break through, you don't know how many brothers you will die. There is no real benefit, and you must not be used as a backstop by others. But who can be completely sure of this kind of thing? Said it was Ying Xiao. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that this was a resurrection under the banner of Ying Xiao, and failure would be cut off from their heads. The risk of trading with your head for silver is very high. If you inadvertently say that your head is gone, you will not be able to touch the side of the silver. The grandsons above know all day long that they are deducting money from their wages and blood. and they only think of them when they need to work hard. The imperial court paid a monthly salary of $1 or $2 to $5 to the soldiers of the Beijing camp, from the household department to the war department, and then from the war department to the management. There were only 1 or 2 left for each person. When the time comes, the $9 left in the hands of the general manager is distributed to the hands of the people below, and each person can only receive $8, and the deducted payment in each link is almost half of the fixed amount. As the bottom officer, each officer can eat 2 or 3 unpaid salaries, and he can eat 20 or 30. The 1,000 will be much better. He can eat 70, 80 or even hundreds of gorillas. Just by drinking the blood of soldiers every month, I live very well. It's the same for payment and silver, not to mention the monthly rations. The guerrilla generals reselling rations in partnership, everyone knows. No one dares to say, no one dares to control. The emperor can't control it, everyone else treats it as I didn't see it. As a general manager, Ma Xiao earns 20 tals of empty salary a month is the least, but to eat and drink, entered the city to play with women, and to honor the above, not only has no money left, but also owes a lot of foreign debts. There are hundreds of tals that I remember, and there are even more of those I don't remember. Anyway, debts don't overwhelm you, and debts are commonplace in military camps. It doesn't matter. Except for a few of the few who are being bullied for their honest duties, the big soldiers below are basically all in debt, and they can receive 8 cents a month, but they spend 1 or 2 tals. It is strange if they are not in debt. If you can grab the surname Sun and make a profit, you will not only write off your debts, but also make a lot of money. Presumably no one will be tempted. The 3 wills have no opinion on this kind of thing, so it's better to hold the thigh directly. What about the big brother? Let's do it. Save our brother first, and let's watch the rest. It's not the first time that the 3 wills have done something like this. Since it's okay to do it before, it's okay this time. Besides, if you can't beat it, just run away. Mazi also agreed with this move. Anyway, the matter is over, and it's too late to say anything. Yes, the boss is our backbone. The boss. Let's not say anything. These 2 people are Da Marsho's right-hand man. They are not capable, but 3 of them can become tigers. No one dared to bully them except for the generals above 1,000. For the attitudes of these 2 goods, Da Marsho is quite satisfied, and the rest will depend on the other 2. What do you think? There are 5 generals under the command of Xuqian, that is, the 5 in the house. Xuqian always trusts Guo's guerrilla relationship. He can only make money and can't manage personnel matters at all. They are the specific errands. 5 have the final say. But since Gogchi's nephew and Xuqian's cousin are obviously going to be chopped off, if everyone wants to save people, they must be in the same boat. Just let them know before they do. Yang Dash, who didn't dare to offend Da Marshall. This product was a mountain king among several heads. That's not to say, let's listen to the boss orders. Now that several people have joined the group, Zhang Yukai can no longer refuse the other party's good intentions, so he changed to a tactful way. I am a sick person now. I can't run as fast as you. If you find a silver surnamed Sun, remember to divide lousy copies. Zhang Yukai said this to leave a way for himself. If he can play, he will pay him some money. If he can't play, then he can run ahead so that these fools can go to death first. Now that everyone agrees, you can pass the result to Mr. Qian. Even if you don't agree, Da Marshall will not just watch his 3rd child being chopped off by his surname Sunday. Without further ado, Da Marshall and Mr. San will not go to Xuqian and let Mazi stay to accompany the 2 people. In fact, they are not worried about them and are watching them nearby. Just after the ugly time 1 a.m., Guerrilla Go Bingfing quietly assembled with 2,000 chiefs Xu Junhao and Zheng Yongwu, as well as 600 soldiers and horses. When Chen's, who was also a guerrilla, came to join him, his troops had exceeded 1,000. and the scale was not acceptable. Underestimate. The General Xiao Yan was beaten with 20 army sticks by Sun Yiniyun because he was greedy for the Mexican army's salary. He held a grudge against him. This grudge could not be waited for 10 years, and he would immediately repay him. If he did not kill the sun tonight, it would be difficult to solve the hatred in his heart. My lord, what shall we do? The matter is of great importance. The guerrillas Go Bingfing and Chen's both obey the orders of their superiors. First rescue the person, kill the one surnamed Sun by the way, and then drive into the city. Xiao Yan didn't have much interest in those waiting to be killed, but one of them was his nephew, so he was still saved. Siege. Chen's was immediately stunned. Although their 5 army battalions were equipped with artillery, the number was far less than that of the Shenji battalion equipped with all firearms. The walls of the capital city are high and thick. With the firing guns of the headquarters alone, plus the brother number 1800, wanting to break through is really wishful thinking. Seeing both of them with embarrassment on their faces, Xiao Yan sneered disapprovingly. Using the moonlight, he revealed a message: there will be an internal response in the city. As long as the men and horses get to the city, they will open the door immediately. The first thing is to chop first. The surname is Sun, to give offensive anger to the young and old. According to the division of labor, the Yongwei battalion defended the inner city, and the Jinying battalion was responsible for the outer city, which was to control the 5 gates of Guangningmen, Guangkumen, Yonggainmen, Zuoanmen, and Junmen. If there is help from the inner city, it would be really easy to attack the outer city. As for the inner city, let's talk about it when the time comes. Maybe the boss still has the inner answer. In the second quarter of ugliness, when most people slept relatively dead, someone in the Beijing camp outside the city suddenly screamed, "Not good." Ying Xiao. Kill. Run away. Crazy. Crazy. Copy guys. Come on. Different from the real camp screaming. This time it was unorganized and purposeful camp screaming. Although people could hear people screaming, there was no panic in any form at the place where the screaming occurred. The soldiers got up long ago to take their weapons, and methodically holding the dream of getting rich, waiting for the orders of their superiors, they can surround the governor's great account where Sun Yiniyun is located and launch a fierce attack. General Suo, what's the matter? The governor's soldiers who came to check the situation saw that Xiao Yan's head troops were already waiting without permission. After being vigilant, they hurried forward to inquire about the situation. It's okay. It's okay. What can you do? Xiao Yan responded with a smile, with a calm expression. The other party could not see the flaw at all, and then inadvertently waved his hand gently. His subordinates immediately shot a cold arrow, and the arrow fell from the target 10 meters away. The remaining few people did not wait for the horse to jump and run, have also been shot into hedgehogs. Thinking of taking the medicine, but still in the hot and sore buttocks, Xiao Yan turned around and offered a reward to the soldiers around him. Brothers, listen carefully. Sun Yiniyun has been having trouble with our brothers since he called. He has to fight or scold him. 6 brothers have to be chopped down. Since the patron surnamed Sun is proud and forced us to death, we will not let him live one more day. It is the man who cannot let the surnamed Sun ride on our heads and dominate us. Whoever slaughtered the surnamed Sun for the general would receive 1,000 taels of silver, and all of them would be paid to me, so that the surnamed Sun would know how powerful our brothers are. Watch it, governor, they are all things to scare people. Then they gave Go Bingfing and Chen's a wink, and the 2 guerrillas immediately understood, and followed to motivate the soldiers. They were all illiterate and had little knowledge. They quickly agreed with the views of the bosses, and were agitated and furious. The surnamed Sun broke the rules and was cruel. Then don't blame everyone for turning their faces and ruthless. The naming and naming are all tricks of fooling people. The surname Sun wants to toss everyone, so as to ask the little prince for credit. The benefits are all taken up by him. There are tens of thousands of people below who are exhausted and tired. Nothing is cheap. Got it? Why, I'm going to your old wood. The sky is big and the grandfather is the biggest. Whether in the past or now, grandfather won't make a call. he has to receive the silver. If you don't let the father receive the silver, the grandfather will kill you tonight. Hurry up, clean the cannon, charge it, stuff the cannonballs. We guys have to smash the shit governor into minced meat in one shot. Then it will be a complete save. Ha 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 ha. It's always right. After yelling the general sternly, dozens of soldiers were clumsily using torches to illuminate the San Franciscan machine. Although the morale of the Beijing camp was low and the combat power was low, the city of the meeting was just lazy and gluttonous. That's it. Boom boom boom. In a short while, the three cannons spewed out ferocious fire snakes, which appeared unusually eye-catching at night. And there was a shocking explosion in the distance. What happened? Sun Yinyuan was still sleeping in bed, and when he heard the noise outside, he immediately got up to ask about the situation, and an ominous premonition developed in his heart. Report to the Lord, saying that it was Ying Xiao, but nearly 1,000 people are attacking the governor's account. The soldiers were also battle tested, and they were not confused by the chaotic scenes. Even at night, they could still determine the main intention of the other party. The group shouted Ying Xiao, but they were attacking where they were. These bastards. Sun Yinyuan immediately understood that the other party was bluffing, avoiding the actual attack, and besieging his team under the guise of Ying Xiao, and even put himself to death. He must avenge his private vengeance. What's the situation? Can you stick to it? Just 2 days after taking office, he ran back to the city in such a desperate manner, but was driven away by his subordinates. Sun Yinyuan thought that his face was blank, and if possible, he still had to stay to quell the rebellion. There are a lot of thieves, they have artillery, and they are familiar with the terrain. I hope the adults will think twice. There was chaos outside. The governor's guards were sneak attacked by the enemy. No fewer than dozens of people were killed, and hundreds of people were wounded. They continued to fight hard for fear of being surrounded by the enemy and difficult to get out. I was afraid of this person. It must be explained here. Really outrageous. The furious Sun Yinyuan drew the imperial Shangfeng sword, put on the armor, and planned to fight the thieves to the death. My lord, don't do this. Now the enemy is in the dark, I am in the light, there are many enemy soldiers, and I have few soldiers, so I cannot love fighting. Yeah, sir, wait for your royal highness to play, and call Yongwing to be cautious before you can get twice the result with half the effort. My lord, go quickly, it won't last long outside, and it will be too late if you don't leave. Oh. He was blinded, and he didn't know how many people there were on the other side, and his side was attacked by the enemy, and he couldn't organize an effective counterattack. It was extremely difficult to turn defeat into victory. After repeated persuasion by his subordinates and his guards, Sun Yinyuan had to give up the camp unwillingly, and ran to the city with hundreds of people asking for help. Facing the siege of multiple rebels, the governor's camp has ignited a raging fire, and the figures with the sound of killing flashed through the broken big tent like electricity. Although the rest of Sun Yinyuan was still resisting desperately, the situation was determined to be irreversible. After hearing the news, the various ministries of the Beijing camp were gathering more and more, with thousands of people. The people from all walks of life didn't really want to help Xiao Yan in the fight, but they all wanted to get a share of the pie. They coveted the money Sun Yinyuan brought, so they just let it go and made a big mess. With more and less, and with artillery to help out, the Jinying's ability to fight the wind is reflected. Each one is fighting for the first place, for fear of falling behind and not having a chance to make money. It can be said that in the past 50 years, the soldiers of the Beijing camp have never shown such a strong combat power and desire to win. Tens of thousands of silver is the best reward for them. Ha 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 ha. It's a mere camp of brave guards, but that's all. Xiao Yan laughed loudly on the horse, did not capture or even slaughter the surnamed Sun, but after the first confrontation, he already understood the opponent's strength, and used to be afraid of him by 3 points. Now, when he sees it, Yongwing is just bragging. Yes, vulnerable. There have been so many colleagues in the group. Even if Huang Degong is killed, Our men are not afraid. If you come, we will cut one, and if you come, we will kill a bear. If you dare to come over, I will find it without trouble." The Emperor Xianyu, and the prince was young. It was difficult to control the military affairs. When he killed Huang Degong and settled in the imperial city, he could learn from Song Taizu Zhao Qiangyin and change the dynasty. Even if there are people in the world, what can I do? Chapter 138, Hesitation. Report. Sun Yiniyun fled westward. How many people? Roughly over 100 rides. Chasing. Sun Yiniyun will get 3,000 tals of silver if he is caught alive or killed. The surnamed Sun must go to the city to rescue soldiers. As long as he lives one more day, he will not be well. If this is the case, he must be chased. It wouldn't be much better if he could knock on the gates of the inner city. The errands in charge of the chase were left to Chen Zi's subordinates. As a participating general, Xiao Yan would not personally lead troops to chase Sun Yiniyun. As soon as Shikai's besieged ministries were confused, he had to be notified. Secondly, the money here is still not divided, so there is no intention to continue fighting. Xiao Yan led his troops to launch a sneak attack. He had an advantage in strength, and he also had artillery to assist in the battle. Sun Yiniyun was caught flat-footed and unable to parry. He could only lead his descendants to escape. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour before the victory was decided. Under the fierce attacks of the 5 military camps, the guards of the new governor transferred from the Yongwei camp killed and injured more than 200 people. Excluding those who escaped from the siege and died in the war, hundreds of soldiers were captured. It's a bit regretful that he didn't kill the surnamed Sun directly, but Xiao Yan still showed a sympathetic subordinate appearance. Has everyone been rescued? The guerrilla Go Bingfeng, with some smokiness on his face, replied respectfully, "If you return to the general, thanks to your blessing, they have been rescued. Not bad. Since everyone is okay, then it's time to divide the money." Xiao Yan said to Go Bingfeng and Chen's, "That's good. Go, let's see how much money the surnamed Sun has." Everyone said it was to save people, but in fact it was for Sun Yiniyun to bring the money. Without a lot of money, who would be willing to be born to death with you? Of the 3 major battalions, the Shenxiu camp, formerly Sanqian camp, renamed during the Jiejing period, were all attached manga cavalry. The Shenji camp was dominated by firearms. Only the 5th camp was equipped with cold weapons. However, the horse army and the infantry are fully equipped, can be fast or slow in battle, can chase the enemy who has escaped, and can confront the enemy's square formation. The tactics are changeable, and there is a way to advance and retreat. However, the shortcomings of the 5 military camps are also obvious. The pursuit effectiveness is not as good as the Shenxiu camp composed of pure cavalry, and the battle damage is inferior to the Shenji camp with many firearms. In fact, it belongs to the chicken ribs of the 3 battalions. Even for this pure chicken platoon force, the court has a quota of 8,000 people. The household pays the salary according to this number. If you eat 30% of the empty salary, there are more than 5,000 people left. This part is still it's just a soldier, not a handyman. According to Sun Yiniyuan's quota, the 3 battalions governed 24,000 soldiers and 16,000 handymen, totaling 40,000. The soldiers pay 1 to 5 silver coins and 5 buckets of rice half-stone each month, and the handyman pays $1 silver and 3 buckets of rice each month. According to this standard, the treatment of soldiers is not low. If there is no layer to deduct, if you receive 1.5 silver and 90 catties of rice every month, on average, a family can have $50 and 3 catties of rice a day. The breadwinner is not a big problem. If the monthly salary is half cut, you won't be starved to death. When Bo Liguozen in Xiangqing led the Beijing camp, he was negligent in training. The officers were lazy and slack, and he had his own money in his pockets. He was just worthy of the 50% off salary. Counting the salaries of generals and school lieutenants at all levels, the new governor provided 60,000 tals of silver for the payment of the military salary owed for 1 month, and the one owed for 1 month was paid next month. and Mifeng would be paid in the next few days. Since the Beijing camp does not buy Governor Sun's account, there are still more than 35,000 tls temporarily stored in the big account. Xiu Oyan's map and land is the money. If it is evenly shared, each person can get more than 30 tls, but won't do it. If you plan to buy Sun Yini Yuan's head, there are still 32,000 tls of silver left. But this is far from enough for everyone. After the generals from all walks of life came to take advantage of the fire, it was obvious that there were more wolves and less meat. One took off the helmet of the prisoner who was always tied, and threw it aside, snarling the messy hair of the other party, and asked vigorously, "Look, the one who flaunts us during the day and now has become a bereaved dog. Why? Your family Uncle Sun doesn't want you anymore?" The prisoner's arms were tied, his legs were wounded, and his steps were stumbling. His expression was still unwilling to subdue, and he glared at Mr. Bai. "You have committed trouble, you deserve death." He who wanted to push the other party laughed loudly, stopped his arm movement, and then pulled out his saber, threatening with a stern face, "Millions of death, uncle. I'll let you die right away." Xiao Yan happened to pass by with a group of people, and when he saw it, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop. First escort and take care of yourself, and then care about it. I will order that no prisoners can commit suicide without permission, and offenders will be severely punished." These people are the bargaining chips for future negotiations. Maybe they will be used after the siege is dead. Just cut it like this. It's really a violent thing. Hearing the boss order, he didn't dare to be rough, so he had to accept it, and instead snorted coldly to the prisoner, "Forget you killed a dog." The soldiers around the sum total wanted to use their captives to vent their anger, and let them sway in front of their eyes with lofty aspirations during the day. Now they can't do anything about it for the time being. It's really irritating. At this time, there were more than 100 riders and horses from the other side. Xiao Yan glanced at them and saw that they were all old acquaintances. It seemed that most of the money he had finally obtained had to be divided up by this group of colleagues. General request: "Is this really making this difficult?" Leading the horse was Ding Jian, one of the two chief officials of the 5-army camp. He was awakened by the sudden sound of cannons in the middle of the night. Recalling those things that happened during the day, he anticipated this possibility. He was rarely dissatisfied with what Sun Yiniyun did, but the city government did not show it deeply, and did not plan to do it as soon as possible. He had to make some plans before he could act. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan was already intolerable and took the lead in attacking the governor's account. Xiao Yan clasped his fists and saluted the immediate boss, and said politely, "My lord," calms down his anger. The reason why Mo will take the risk is not for his own selfish desires. It is Sun Yiniyun who bullies others and brutalizes his brothers, which in turn triggers public anger. Mo Jiang really can't stand it. "I have to be like this. If there is any offense, I hope you will forgive me." The rhetoric has been prepared long ago. It is justified and well-founded. You have to show that you are forced to help the brothers. Hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Shi Zhengshan, who was accompanying the army supervisor, asked with a sharp throat, "Dare to ask General Xiao, Shikai has heard of Ying Xiao in our family, and dare to feel that this is a fake Ying Xiao. It's guilty of chaos." Xiao Yan looked down on this kind of waste sent by the emperor. Because of his boss's affection, he did not show contempt, and responded indifferently, "Master Supervisor has misunderstood. There is a Ying Xiao." But it was soon after it was calmed down. The soldiers angered Sun Yiniyun, who had rebelled against their relatives because of Thang Xiao. Because of the anger of the group, the final general could not stop it, and this happened. The final general was just conforming to the hearts of the people and driving out the thieves, and there was no intention of committing chaos. Before the other generals did not agree to take the pole off, they directly challenged everyone to do it with me and drive the prince down. "The court is ours." That's really silly. Even if Xiao Yan really thought so in his heart, he definitely couldn't say that. The misfortune came out of his mouth, and in the end he might tie himself up to the prince. It is necessary to forbearance in the face of worries, to be able to observe everyone's reactions as much as possible, and to think about countermeasures based on the different feedback from everyone. During the daytime, Shi Zhengshan was also present. Sun Yinyuan's rectification action, he did not support. If he did not hurt himself, he would not oppose it. But from the point of view of means, such a harsh approach will sooner or later cause dissatisfaction from the Beijing camp. There will only be two results. Either the prince chooses another person, or the Beijing camp is turned into trouble. Now that the chaos is like this, there is no way to verify the incident of Ying Xiao, and everyone is not in the mood and time to investigate the matter. What the parties say, it is almost what the situation is. Regarding Xiao Yan's remarks, Shi Zhengshan was non-committal. He had no right to deal with the generals and could only tell the prince what had happened. Master Ding, what do you think? The power of the supervising army comes from the emperor. Now the emperor has gone to Xianyu. At the beginning of the prince's supervision of the country, it was heard from the inner court that the supervising army was to be abolished. This made everyone less a channel for money, so most of the supervising army outside did not want to go back. Shi Zhengshan did not comment on Xiao Yan's answer, and Ding Jian was not able to explore his attitude, so he turned to the person concerned. General Xiao, where are you going? Ding Jian is unwilling to clean up this kind of mess for his subordinates, and he can't clean it up. Whoever causes trouble, he will go up. But the consequence of surrendering Xiao Yan is that Sun Yinyun may come back again, just like the previous one. It will even worsen. Everyone's life may be even more sad than before. You can't eat empty salaries, you can't buy military rations, and you may not even be able to receive the money given below. How can you feed your family by relying on that little salary? How can you continue to live a life of drunkenness? Among these people in front of me, one of them counts as one, and they all live on their ugly silver. It is nothing more than the relationship between collecting more and less. If you want to cut off their financial path, it is really more than slaughtering them. Make it uncomfortable. The situation is not yet clear. Xiao Yan is still cautious. The general just wants to get justice for the brothers, and he has no evil intentions, let alone thinking about it. If the two adults and the generals can't bear Sun Yinyuan's harm to the soldiers of the Beijing camp, if you intend to walk the way for the sky, you can do great things. Facing everyone's questioning and Ding Jian's temptation, Xiao Yan picked himself up very cleanly, but threw another bait. Right now, this matter is not something he can resist alone. Anyway, if she is involved, then he will be blessed. Share it when it's difficult. This kind of suggestion couldn't be more obvious. Walking the road for the sky is to commit chaos. First break the imperial city. Can you change the dynasty, and then say otherwise? Xiao Yan's leadership of the team can't do it, but the number of people is strong. Half of 5. The barracks can make a difference. Shi Zhengshan immediately pointed the daring guy with his whip, and he was astonished to the end of the sentence. This guy is about to launch a rebellion, and he is so grand-sounding. It is a rebellious animal and must be divided by the torture link eye. When Xiao Yan saw the supervising army's expression of anger, he reminded him, "My lord, I will finally hear that His Royal Highness ordered the servant to buy Zijin bonds. I wonder if the adults bought tens of thousands of tals." News has already spread from the inner court that all those who earn money and are miserly, such as Gao Kikian and others, have been executed by the prince. Now the factory is expanding the scope of review, and I am afraid that it will be Shi Zhengshan's turn soon. Being ridiculed in the public, Shi Zhengshan's big face was already discolored with anger. Fortunately, it was midnight and everyone couldn't tell. These words are tantamount to revealing Shi Zhengshan's bottom line. He did not earn less money as a supervising army in the Beijing camp, not to mention 3 to 50,000 tals. But it was not much worse. Shi Zhengshan didn't care about the prince's reminder with a bond. Although the guard army was outside in the Jifu area, everyone tacitly didn't buy it. Supervisors at all levels want to keep the power and the yin in violation. They will observe for a period of time. After all, The prince is more practical in the barracks than in the inner court. It is impossible for the prince to arrest people one by one. If one person is arrested, everyone else will know. Xiao Yan saw that his activist method seemed to have some effect, and continued to say, "Adults, calm down and tell the truth in the end. You and the adults are in different situations. If the prince chases it down, everyone in the room will lose their heads. Those civilian officials will end up in the same way. At that point, do you just sit and wait for death? Or do you find another way out?" At this time everyone was thinking about their own way. Everyone had seen the prince's thunder method. After dealing with the civilian officials, they set the target on their generals. Beijing Yinyun has a long history, and it is the first step to call in Sun Yinyun to carry out rectification. The next step may be to change the generals, and the days when you can make money at will be gone forever. This kind of thing is not trivial. The fellow General Meng Shan couldn't think of any countermeasures, so he asked at the beginning, "In the opinion of Brother Suo, what should I do?" Seeing other people's inquiries, Suo Yan immediately expressed his plan. "Other people's affairs can't be taken care of by the next, but I don't want to be handled by Sun Yinyun in the next. The husband will be cut off when he is judged. Otherwise he will suffer the chaos." Everyone didn't reply immediately, and they were still hesitating. Everyone clearly stated in their hearts that they were walking the way for the sky. In fact, it was just launching a mutiny. Another lieutenant, Han Rui, was more thoughtful, and asked about worrying. "It's not me who is pedantic, but the family members are still in the city. How can we be targeted?" Once known by the prince, the family members of the generals will be held hostage after all. By that time, everyone will be really hard to come by. Suo Yan realized that the opponent had already moved, and immediately offered advice. "Forward soldiers are very fast. You led your army quickly into the city. One can hit the opponent by surprise, and second, it can protect the family from harm. This is the end of the matter." Everyone is still hesitating. "Then you will have to repeat the mistakes of Yuan Shao in the Three Kingdoms period." Commanders are most afraid of hesitation in battle. There are many examples of missing fighters when they hesitate. When the knife is almost on the neck and still hesitating, then this group of people really can't do anything important. They will eat, drink and have fun. As the two chief officers of the 5th Army Camp, Han Rui was silent for a while, and then whispered to Ding Jian. They still had to discuss before making a decision. Report: Vice Admiral Yu Liangzuo of Water Transport is here. Yu Liangzuo often rides a piebald horse, known as the Flower Horse Liu, and he is a fellow villager with Suoyan, and the two have a strong friendship. He also worked as an errand in Tongzu, in charge of the canal along the Jifu area. Although Yu Liangzuo was in the position of deputy general, he could only directly control about 1,000 troops because of the long defense zone he was in charge of. Chapter 139, The Deposed Prince. "Hey, Brother Liu, why are you here?" Suo Yan was quite surprised when he saw his fellow villagers leading the troops. In order to avoid leaking the news in advance, he did not notify this buddy. Even if something happened to the Beijing camp, it could not be transmitted to Tongzu immediately, and this guy would not rush to help. Arriving at the place of the incident so soon, there must be something strange. It's a long story. Yu Liangzuo, who looked worried and angrily, was riding on the horse with a lot of emotion. He looked at the people on the opposite side, and he couldn't talk about how good the relationship is, but he can basically be familiar with each other and make a ha-ha. "Brother Liu, the situation is special right now, so I might as well make a long story short." Suo Yan wanted to know the purpose of this trip. If he was willing to join the group, his chances of winning would increase by another point. At this time, to join the ranks of Walking for the Sky, no matter who it is, Suo Yan will welcome him with open arms. Yu Liangzuo wanted to ask this brother first, but when he first came to the Beijing camp, there were a lot of soldiers and a crowd of people watched, so he could only temporarily aggrieved. "Oh, that's okay, I'm ashamed of it. Tonight, some princes from Dongcheng and Jinyai came to me, saying that someone had bitten me out, and asked me to go with them. When I wanted to go in, I would definitely not come out alive. I simply didn't do it and kept doing it. Kill the fan dog directly and kill it. The Datong dynasty divided the Beijing Hangzhou Grand Canal into the north and the south for management, and the southern section from Nanjing to Jining was managed by the 6 departments of Nanjing. From Jining to the capital is the northern section, and the post of Governor of Water Transport is set up, which has great power and is also a fatness that everyone envy. On the surface, the governor of Taoyuan is of lower grade than Shangxiu, but in fact he is not only superbly powerful, but also uses consultation instead of present in the title of Shangxiu's writing. There is another aspect that can explain that out of the 91 governors of water transport in the entire Datong dynasty, 32 have entered the cabinet, which is very intriguing. The governor of water transport is the highest official and civil servant of the northern section of the canal. The military commander matched with it is the General Army of Water Transport, which belongs to the 5 armed capital governor's mansion and assists the governor of water transport to ensure the safety of the northern section, especially the Jifu Canal. At the end of Shenzong, the post of the water transport commander was abolished and changed to a deputy general to manage the Jifu area, and another deputy general was assigned to station in Jining, the north-south transportation hub. The lieutenant in Tongzhou was only downgraded by 1 level, and his actual authority was roughly equivalent to that of the water transport general corps. Liu Liangzuo climbed to this position, relying on the filial piety of the private salt dealers up to several hundredweights of silver per month, and immediately recovered the cost of the previous offering. Every year, more than 2 million stone grains are transported to Tongzhou from all over the south of the Yangtze River. In addition to the ships that transport salt, sugar, cloth, porcelain and other materials, there are about tens of thousands of ships that have to pay taxes and fees. So there is a lot to do. Originally, Liu Liangzuo wanted to continue to make a few more years of money in this fertility shortage, and when he had made 100,000 taels, he would be able to live without any worries for the rest of his life, no matter what he was doing. However, the new governor of water transport is an unconscious ranunculus. If you don't have any fumes, you can check the accounts if you come. Tonight, he cooperated with Dongcheng and Jiniyuai to arrest him, which really frustrated Liu Liangzuo. Fortunately, he usually treats the following people pretty well. They have raised these 1,000 or 800 people into families. Liu Liangzuo can respond to these soldiers, and then he can turn the crisis into peace and escape the danger. Oh, that's how it is. It seems that Brother Liu and Zaixiu are ill-fated. After understanding the ins and outs, Xiao Yan knew it in his heart. With this foundation, it would be easy to pull this fellow into the gang, isn't it, brother? This is. Liu Liangzuo has sent soldiers to find out the general situation, but further verification is needed to make plans for himself. Then Sun Yiniyun was brutal and unkind. He cut off my hands and feet, deceived me and no one in the Beijing camp, and caused anger. Then they rallied and attacked. The 3 armies killed him and killed him. I am waiting to discuss what to do next. No matter what Sun Yiniyun did after taking office, Xiao Yan was so subjectively determined anyway, and the generals of the Jinying camp had similar views. The surnamed sons rectifying the Jinying camp was to cut off their money, and they would not agree to do so. I just slaughtered dozens of factory guards. In comparison, you still dare to do it, openly attacking the appointed governor of the Beijing camp, and the other party has committed far more things than yourself. Even if the prince sent troops to quell the rebellion, the primary target was the Jinying gang. Thinking of this, Liu Liangzuo was determined and asked with his fists, "Liu is not talented. I don't know how you decide." The lieutenant Ding Jian looked at Han Rui, who was also the lieutenant. The latter blinked, and Ding Jian knowingly said, "I want to advance to the city to save my family. If someone is forced to die, don't blame my brother in Jinying. We are ruthless. For the time being, King June's side cannot be said about this kind of thing. Whether or not he can break into the inner city is another matter. According to everyone's psychological expectations, as long as they can rescue their own family first, that's fine, and then discuss how to do it. If you can reconcile with the prince, it would be best if you still keep the water in the well in the future, but if something like this happens, the chance that the little master of the imperial city still pretends that nothing happened is very slim. Liu Liangzuo knew that no matter how he joined the group, he had to say something, and he couldn't use empty words to perfuse everyone, so he boldly said, "Brother Ding is still considerate and admire. I have 10,000 taels of silver, so I must do it first. Everyone is fighting side by side, you guys don't want to shirk. Just don't think too little." It would be uncomfortable to be remembered by others when these wolves see all of their belongings. Instead of that, it is better to sprinkle some meat and block the mouths of these people. After parting with them, you will be completely relieved. Ding Jian saw the other party very acquainted, so he politely said, "Where Brother Liu said, I am a person who is in trouble. I should help each other regardless of each other. If there is something, just speak up." Taking people's money to help people eliminate disasters. 10,000 taels of silver is not much, but there are only a few people present, and each can get no less than 500 taels. It is considered that a small fortune had been made before the army started. There is really one thing next, but it's okay to speak. If you have the opportunity to find Shikafa, I would trouble you to catch him. You would be grateful. That's right. Shikafa is the governor of water transport who has been at odds with Liu Liangzuo, and hates him for breaking his body into pieces. Had it not been for Shikafa's help, it would be impossible for the factory guard to grasp conclusive evidence in a short period of time and arrest him. Liu Liangzuo is afraid that there will be chasing soldiers behind his ass, otherwise he really wants to kill his boss and run away. It can be regarded as no regrets in his heart. Ding Jian was surprised for a moment before he accepted. It turns out that this is what happened. Don't worry, Brother Liu's business is what I am waiting for. I will give it to Brother Liu if I wait for Shikafa to be captured. Xiao Yan knew that Liu Liangzuo would be isolated and helpless if he didn't join the group. It was better to give him a step at this time and follow the trend. Yes, if you can't live with Brother Liu, you can't live with my Jinying brother. After the two expressed their opinions, the other generals of the 5th Army camp also agreed. Anyway, even the governor of the Beijing camp was beaten away by them, no less than a governor of water transport. Spending 10,000 taels of silver in exchange for the opportunity to cut Shikafa, Liu Liangzuo thought that this transaction was not a loss, and at least he could relieve his hatred. Then I would like to thank you for the next time. He actually wanted to run away, and didn't want to enter the city with these people in front of him. But if he had few soldiers and went south alone, he would easily be robbed by the King Qin's division. Right now, it would be more appropriate to mix with the people from the 5th Army camp. After the two men and horses converge, there are about 6,000 to 7,000 people. It may be difficult to break into the inner city, but it shouldn't be a big problem to break into the outer city and rescue the family. After discussing the flower horse Liu, Ding Jian turned to the supervisor next to him. I don't know how the two father-in-laws will decide. Supervisor Shi Zhengshan already knew that this group of people was about to commit chaos, but as an eunuch, he was really incapable of doing anything. What's more, Sun Yinyuan's set of things conflicted with his own interests. It was natural to drive him away, so he laughed. Say several times, whoever can make our family continue to make money, whoever will our family do it with. Qian Shao, another supervising army, did not make less money. It must be a capital crime to be stabbed to the prince, so he decided to join the group. Yes, if you have money, everyone makes money. Who won't let our family make money? Who is the enemy of our family? As a person who has lost a certain function, his mentality will also change greatly. It is a common thing to be greedy for money inside. After being unable to play with a woman, power and money become what they most desire. Not letting them make money is tantamount to killing them. To a certain extent, It is more uncomfortable than death. It is tantamount to suffering alive. Not to mention that they cannot continue to make money. Even if they collect the money they have made right now, they will fight you desperately. A year can earn thousands of clods of silver. If the fat man sitting on the table is abandoned by the surnamed son, the two supervising soldiers will have to scold and greet the centuries-old ancestors of the Sun family. This kind of handicapped person really meets the machine and acted. Ding Jian couldn't help laughing up to the sky while riding on the horse. Ha 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 ha, the two father-in-laws are really good-natured. If the journey goes smoothly, wait until the end of the matter to clean up you. If the war does not go well, you can still be the prince to pass the word to the prince. Let me leave you a sigh of relief for the time being. No generals like this kind of supervising army. They will be eradicated if they have the right opportunity. Otherwise, when the emperor transfers it back to Shenkong, these supervising army will definitely speak ill of you. Report, Shenji Yingxi Town Lieutenant is here. Before the words came to an end, everyone saw a group of people walking out of the dark shadows in the distance, leading dozens of people on horseback, followed by hundreds of soldiers holding bird claws. Han Rui saw the face of the visitor clearly, and greeted him. Brother Tao, don't come here unharmed. I don't know if Brother Tao is coming here with his troops. Is he to encircle and suppress me, or to make concerted efforts? This group of soldiers was led by the deputy generals of the Shenji camp, Tao Dinglin and He. The number of them was not large. The distance between the two parties was less than 30 meters, and it did not look like they had come to Xingxi. But they still let the soldiers of the 5th Army Camp be vigilant and automatically start to guard. Tao Dinglin waved his hand to stop the team from advancing, then he clasped his fists in salute and said loudly, Brother Han, don't misunderstand. Tao already understands the outline. It's a shame that he couldn't see the embarrassment of the surnamed son and escaped because of his late arrival. Shenji Ying didn't want to merge with the 5 Army Camp. There is only one enemy of both sides, that is, Sun Yiniyuan. This guy's neat decree was disgusted by almost all the generals of the 3 battalions. Someone can beat this bastard to death. It's really great. The generals of the Shenjing are too happy to be too late. They have to push their cups and change their cups to celebrate when they are free. Han Rui didn't know whether the other party's words were true or not, so he inquired. Han didn't know that Brother Tao led his troops here, so why? Looking at the figure shimmering in the moonlight in the distance, the scale is more than 1,000 people. Maybe this guy is full of soldiers and horses from the Sacred Machine Camp, and he also carries a lot of artillery. If he can't determine his motive, his side is always facing a huge threat. The other party apparently resisted himself, and Tao Dinglin said what he had seen and heard. Tao first heard about the camp screams in your ministry, and immediately ordered all the troops to prepare for any accidents. Later, he had to report to your ministry for attack. After entering the governor's account, he and Brother He led the troops to check it out. What are the thoughts of the people in the 5th Army Camp? The Shenjing guessed it on the road. When they came to the scene, it was not much different from the guessed result. The other party did what they wanted to do but did not have time to do it. Fortunately, Sun Yiniyuan first arrested the people from the 5th Army Camp and replaced it with the Shenji Camp. Then they should be the first to start today. After all, no one wants to watch his brother be chopped off by a dog sent by a prince. But the order has been issued. Sun Yiniyun has a Shangfeng sword that can be cut first and then played. The generals of the 3 major battalions are quite jealous. Maybe tomorrow will be the turn of the Shenji camp. By then, the order will be rejected, and both sides will draw their swords. You all know what you should know now. These people in the Shenji camp are clearly waiting for the opportunity to seek personal gain. Hanru asked, my soldiers from the 5th Army camp plan to advance to the city to rescue their families. If someone blocks it, there will be a bloody battle. Fan, Your ministry wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Xinjing and other camps such as the 5th Army and the Yonghui Battalion will get involved in the war when they are both defeated. Then they will profit, but there is no such good thing that only takes advantage and does not suffer. If you are not obedient, Bingsu is smart. Can the prince see it? Facing the doubts from the generals of the 5 military camps, Tao Dinglin calmly explained, "Brother Han, don't worry, Tao and brother he also hates Sun Yinyun. If this person is in charge of the Beijing camp for one day, I will suffer for the rest of the day." He was convicted and cut off. Rather than being so miserable, why not drive him away and take care of himself? How to be alone. Han Rui would like to know how your Shinji camp can take advantage of it unscathed. Then their 5 army camps must study hard. Shooting Sun Yinyun, who was rebellious, is one of them. Using the gold and silver hoarded in the imperial city to reward soldiers, this is the second. Supporting your majesty's favorite 5 princes as new kings, this is the third. Tao Dinglin and He had previously discussed in private that it was not difficult to drive away Sun Yinyun, but how to deal with the prince and Yongwing. If these 2 stumbling blocks are not removed, it will be impossible for them to continue to live a life of drunkenness in the Beijing camp. If you really defeated Yongwing, then the prince would no longer need to supervise the country. It would be better to help the 5th prince, who is easy to indulge. The child is only 4 years old, and he is not yet at the age of his own opinion. It would be more suitable as a puppet. The prince was clever in mind, and his methods were fierce. He punished countless noble ministers within 3 days of imprisoning the country. This was a great confidant for hundreds of officials and generals. Sooner or later, the conflict between the 2 sides would erupt. Instead of waiting for the prince to be killed, it would be better to start the army. Deposed the prince. Chapter 140. Sneak attack on the corner tower. It is everyone's confession to drive away the unpopular Sun Yinyun. There is no dispute on this point. As long as he leads the Beijing camp, he will ride on everyone's head. This is the result that most generals are unwilling to accept. But it's not easy to divide the gold and silver jewelry in the imperial city. The premise is to break through the outer city, inner city, and imperial city. Fortunately, the outer city, the inner city and the imperial city are both guarded by the brave guards. It is no easy task to conquer in one fell swoop. The establishment of the 5th Prince Zhu Siwan as the new emperor meant the deposing of the Prince Zhu Saihong. Ming wanted to follow the rule of standing up for the first time, but Shenzong wanted to make the 4th son Zhu Qingsun as the prince. As a result, it triggered a state-based dispute, and ultimately he was not rewarded. The only one who can come from behind is Emperor Chengzu, who initiated the Jingnan mutiny and swept his army south to beat his nephew before ascending the throne. This shows that the strategy of abolishing the long-term and establishing the young will not work unless a mutiny is launched. Tao Dinglin's first point has been achieved, and the second point is somewhat difficult to do. As long as the second point can be successful, the third point will be a matter of course. If the Jinying can invade the imperial city, no matter whether it is the money or the people in it, it will have to be distributed according to the general's wishes. Although everyone had this idea in their hearts, they were still a little surprised to hear someone say this. Tao Dinglin saw that everyone was still thinking about it, so he bluntly said, "Now the prince is imposing a new deal, severely punishing greed and ink, not using martial arts, and all arrests. I wait like sitting on pins and needles, and live like years. If I don't think about change, I will inevitably end the disaster. I want to maintain the status quo." It is an extravagant hope. The soldiers of the 5 army camps drove out Sun Yinyun under the anger of the people, and they have been incompatible with the crown prince, and then they have failed to make a decision to the Holy Family. It is better that everyone is in the same boat, sharing the courage, sharing the blessings, sharing the difficulties, and eliminating distracting thoughts. Combine your troops and strike first to achieve great things. When you have all arrived in this field, You are still hesitating. Do you wait for Huang Deliang to come to quell your betrayal before you can't realize it? Raising troops to attack the governor of the Beijing camp is already a rebellion, and he committed a capital offense. If he wants to survive, there is only one way forward. Seeing that he hadn't spoken rashly, he was full of contempt, and took the opportunity to ridicule. If you don't have this intention, it is better to disband the soldiers, pay your own sins, offer all your family wealth, and beg the prince for forgiveness, or you may be able to avoid death. The whole family guards the side. Talking and not talking, fighting and not fighting. A group of people are doing it here and spending time. It is really ridiculous. How can there be a face to laugh at Sun Yinyun? This basket was stabbed by Xiao Yan. Once there is a change, he will suffer first. Therefore, he was the first to support Tao Dinglin's idea at the 5th Army camp. Xiao is not talented. Although he is only brave, he is willing to fight with Brother Tao, and brother confessed to great things together. 2 of the 3 major camps gathered here. Liu Liangzuo, who was lonely, didn't dare to retreat, and immediately applied after his fellow countrymen. If you don't think Liu is burdensome, I would like to join. With the leader, the radical general method finally came into play. Ding Jian and others did not want to continue to watch, so they got their pen and ink. The generals and the supervising army on the scene had to sign and press their fingerprints on the white silk and satin as proof of entry. The 2 battalions have assembled as many as 10,000 soldiers. If they do not pursue the annihilation of the enemy, it is possible to attack the capital from the perspective of military strength. In addition, the outer city is originally guarded by the soldiers of the Beijing camp, so you can enter the outer city without blood. Suddenly attacked the inner city. The 5 army battalions are good at melee combat. The Shenji battalion is better than the long-range projection. The 2 sides can just make up for each other's shortcomings. They enter the city for street fighting. The role of the sect battalion dominated by cavalry is not great, so it doesn't matter whether they join or not. Although Liu Liangzuo's troops are not many, it can be considered an addition at best. He is in charge of the water transportation in the Tongzi River section and knows the number of grain ships well. This guarantees enough food and grass for tens of thousands of soldiers. Liang didn't panic in his heart. With the supply of grain and grass, plus the money Sun Yinyun has not issued, and part of Liu Liangzuo's initiative to contribute, the military pay has been temporarily settled. At this time, morale is booming. If you don't raise soldiers, when will you wait? Xiao Yan shouted encouragement to the countless soldiers in front of him. Brothers, the prince has levied extravagance and searched countless people, but deliberately defaulted on the payment, and sent the evildoer Sun Yinyun to poison me and the others, forcing me to desperate. Protect the community. Now you follow me into the city, dethrone the prince, and make the 5 princes the new emperor. You can enjoy the glory and wealth of tens of millions of tals of silver, and you will not be exposed to the humiliation of the emperor. Do you think this plan is good? Good. Everyone just tasted a bit of sweetness. It was just when morale was high. Hearing that the Yinshan in the imperial city could be divided up, the crowd was immediately excited. The sound of the response was like a mountain whistling and a tsunami, and the sky-shaking sound could spread to the surrounding areas. The 2 lieutenants Stug and Bak Huang came to the Xishanxu camp. After understanding the cause and effect, they agreed to join the group after a little thought, which made the coalition even more powerful. After deciding whether to communicate with each other, several senior generals also made a general division of labor. Deputy General Ding Jian's subordinate Xiao Yan repelled the remnants of Sun Yinyun and others, and made a major contribution first. The task of invading the outer city was left to the Deputy General Han Rui, with the troops of the participating General Hao Minu as the front vanguard, and the participating General Du Zhaoxuan leading his troops to support Tao Dinglin and Huai of the Shenji camp. After being brought into the outer city, attacked the inner city together with the 5th Army camp, and gave loud artillery support to the coalition forces. Baek Huang led more than 3,000 cavalry troops in his head to assist his fellow villager Liu Liangzuo to return to Tongzi to escort grain and grass to prepare for the needs of the armed forces. Tuge's troops will be on guard outside the city for the time being. If the friendly forces in the city need support, they will go into the city to help. The Guangningmen, Yunmen, and Yongdingmen in the outer city were guarded by Ding Jian's troops, while Zuo Anmen and Guingmen were guarded by Han Rui's men. So when the general, Hao Minu, led his troops to the gate of Guangkumen, he simply chatted with the defenders on the front of the city, and he was able to enter the city after he had passed the signal. Can Sun Yin lead his troops to knock on the door? After Hao Minu led his troops into the city, he hurriedly asked Chief Qian, who was stationed here, about the previous situation. General Bing, there is indeed a man and horse, about 100 riders or so. The leader declared that he is Sun Yin. It is dark, and his subordinates can't distinguish between them, so they dare not put him into the city. This Chief Qian didn't dare to be careless, and he gave an overview of what happened to him just now. Where did this team go? Subordinates watch him head north and head towards Koyangman. General, so many people have entered the city. It's okay to speak frankly with you. My 3 major battalions can no longer bear the prince's oppression. Tonight I decided to join forces to dethrone the prince and establish the 5th prince as the new king. As long as you obey the orders, you can be allocated the gold and silver in the imperial city. Jewels. The general has orders, and his subordinates will go through the fire and water. Don't dare not follow it. The soldiers and horses waiting to enter the city almost couldn't see the side at a glance. At night, they saw a large area of darkness, like a group of maggots wriggling. Rejecting the other's kindness at this time means not knowing how to promote, and you will be silenced immediately. Or even if the door is shut down, and the person who knows the current affairs is still a good man. Entering Wengkumen, the nearest inner city gate is Chongmen. As long as Chongmen is smashed, the imperial city is within easy reach. However, Chongwen Gate is tall and contains the Wangqing, and is guarded by the Yongwei camp. It is difficult to sneak attacks by fraud alone, and it is difficult to succeed in a strong attack, and it will cause heavy casualties. As a general familiar with the local environment, Hao Minu locked his target on a corner tower at the junction of the outer city and the inner city. The defensive ability and station troops here are much lower than that of Chongmen. You can get close by following the outer city wall, and it would be great to be able to deceive the door on the turret. That way, it would be easy to take the turret and open the city gate. If it doesn't work, launch a strong attack directly from below. First, use multiple artillery to bombard the city gate at close range. As long as there is no stone to block it, it is very hopeful to break in. Quick, go! A commander of the 5th Army camp and a few very long greeted the soldiers under his hands in a low voice, preparing to carry out a sneak attack on the corner tower 100 meters away under the cover of night. Under the stimulus of the advanced inner city who rewarded the silver, a group of ghosts and obsessed minds completely ignored the charges of rebellion, but all held steel knives in their hands. They were full of energy and prepared to kill the opposing brave camp by surprise. Hey, why did you turn off the flame? The soldiers of the Yongwei battalion on the turret saw that the torch was suddenly extinguished on the opposite side of the outer city, and immediately pulled their necks to shout to it. Since the two sides are not too far apart, as long as they shout loudly, the content can basically be heard. It is indeed a communication. Basically rely on roaring. The wind is blowing away. Aroused the other party's awareness. Here is always hurried to make people find a reasonable reason to get past. If the fire is still on, the light will outline the silhouette. If the other party finds it, then the opportunity to sneak attack will be lost. After receiving a reply, the other party should believe this statement, and the person calling the other side was also the original soldier. Both sides were familiar with each other's voices, so the soldiers of the Brave Guards battalion on the turret did not become vigilant. The distance that the torch illuminates is no more than 20 meters. If you don't make too much noise, Before entering this visible distance, the chance of a paralyzed enemy finding your own action is not too great. Although the turret faces the inner city, the attention of the soldiers on the patrol is more toward the outside of the city. Few people will believe that the Beijing camp stationed here all the year round will launch a fatal blow to themselves at this time. However, according to the prince's order, every tower must be guarded and patrolled every quarter of an hour. If the torch is extinguished, it must be investigated immediately. Each tower must be equipped with fireworks as an early warning method when an enemy attack is detected. On the city wall, all the gates of the inner city and the outer city must be closed. Without Huang Degong's order, all ministries are not allowed to open it without authorization, and those who violate the order must be severely punished. An urgency soldier of the Yongwei battalion walked to the corner and saw that there was no one around. So he dared to ride on the female wall, stepping on the crenellation with one foot, and wandering down leisurely to release the water. Suddenly, I saw a large black figure in the distance as if approaching me, and I could still hear the chaotic footsteps and the intermittent shouts. The soldier thought he was dazzled, and tried to squeeze his eyes, and then look over again, staring at it for nearly 10 seconds before finally confirming that it was not the shadow of the house, but a really large group of living people. Let's release an arrow. Shoot him to death. Hearing that they were discovered by the other party, the archer on the wall who always hurriedly yelled beside him suddenly Shilengjian. In fact, they had misunderstood. They were not found, but misunderstood. The other party was looking down the city. The leading archer immediately launched a repressive shot near the female wall, and more than a dozen arrows flew to the opposite side like black snakes. Although most of them could not hit the target, they could win melee combat opportunities for their own swordsmen. Who is it? A soldier of the Yongwei battalion heading towards the city wall heard the shout of arrows and instinctively asked. As a result, he shot an arrow in the neck and died instantly when he looked around. Enemy attack. Quickly set off the fireworks. It's an enemy attack. The companion suffered a sudden disaster like this. The corpse fell on his side, his hand stroking the part of the arrow on the neck. The sharp arrow lay on it. The companion's eyes had not been closed. The situation could not be clearer. Another soldier, upon seeing this, he hurriedly shouted, "What?" Some of the partners who came after hearing the news wanted to see what happened in the direction of the incident. The end was no better than the guy who had died, but he was shot in the shoulder and had good luck. Still screamed in pain. "Damn it. It hurts me." This soldier sat behind the female wall, planning to draw out a cold arrow, and cursing at the same time. He didn't do anything all night, so he missed an arrow. "It's from Beijing. They attacked us." Finally, someone glanced at the other party's equipment and weapons, and they were basically certain that it was these dogs that they usually talked about with them, but they didn't expect that this person would dare to rebel openly. Touch! A red light beam rushed into the night sky more than 10 meters high, bursting a dazzling firework in the black sky instantly, which meant that the inner city tower had been attacked by the enemy. Dang, 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 dang. Enemy attack. If someone drove away and couldn't see the fireworks, then they would be able to hear the harsh sound of gong knocking accompanied by duck-like shouts, which could easily reach 500 paces away in a quiet night. Into your old wood. It's against you. Quickly fill Laozi with artillery and bird guns, and kill these turtle grandchildren. Everyone is in position, and those who escaped will not be forgiving. The Yongwei battalion on the turret almost broke the two brothers in a blink of an eye. They were still attacked by the grandsons of the Jinying gang. They immediately became furious, pulled out their sabers, and directed their men to prepare to defend against the enemy. Tazi entered and plundered many times, and these dogs were so scared that they had no intention of fighting. So there was no way to look like a forbidden army. Now it's a sneak attack on your own side. If you don't type your shit out tonight, you don't know how to write the dead words. There is no need to mobilize the chief. His soldiers are already in anger, being attacked by their own people, and no one can accept the replacement. Especially the elders of the Beijing camp usually eat drink and have fun, and all things like going south to suppress the bandits have to be done by the camp of Yongwei. Tonight even dared to take the initiative to launch a sneak attack, as the Emperor's power decided to lightly can't spare this group of bastards. Chapter 141, Turning to Strong Attack. The officers and soldiers of the Yongwei battalion on the turret all heard the rumble of cannons coming from the direction of the Beijing camp outside the city, and they could see a little fire, but it didn't take long for them to return to silence. Everyone didn't know what happened. But I didn't visit the Malay newspaper, and I couldn't go out of the city to check it out. Everyone curled their necks and looked at it for a while and became disinterested. Both the guard patrol and the NAP perform their duties. Combining the sudden turn of the situation in front of you, you can figure out that the earth-shaking noise from Shikai must be gathering people to rebuild. These rebels drove into the outer city from the camp outside the city, and then started the idea of the inner city. Let the arrow. It takes a while to load artillery and blunderbuss. At this moment, the advantages of cold weapons are revealed. It only takes a few seconds to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. It is a good supplement to firearms when the two sides meet in short-term combat. The soldiers of the battalion of the Brave Guards are able to attack the enemy condescendingly on the turret. Although it is night and shooting at the city wall, there are torches illuminated, and the shooting range and angle of view are good, while the opponent has to fight against the disadvantages of the terrain and launch. Yang attack. A wave of more than 20 rounds of arrows shot up to 6 or 7 Beijing-based traitors to the ground, and the arrow hit suddenly screamed like a pig, and the rest hit the shield without causing more damage. The shield hand hurriedly stood in front of the wounded to prevent them from being attacked again. But before these hapless guys were picked up by the people beside them, the second wave of arrows suddenly arrived. Even if no less than 30 shields were arranged to resist the arrows shot from the turret, it would not provide all-round protection to his subordinates. The Yongwing archer fired for the second time, and there were 4 or 5 victories, some in the legs, some in the shoulders, and the most unlucky one hit the arrow directly in the forehead, killing him instantly. Jinying yelled out of anger when he saw it, and hid behind the shield soldier and brandished his knives. It was unacceptable for him to suffer a big loss when he launched a sneak attack. The two sides immediately began to shoot their bows and arrows at a distance of more than 10 meters, but the counter-attack launched by the Jinying soldiers had little effect. The rolling wood and thunderstones thrown down from the turret made them complain. These defensive weapons were originally prepared for the braids who came to attack the capital. But the Emperor was very clever, and would not fight a tough battle with a lot of casualties at all. When entering the pass, he only picked soft persimmons, so that the Ming army guarding the capital would have some targetless. There is a group of uninvited guests tonight, which can be eaten by them, and an unforgettable lesson to these traitors, and it is hard to understand before going to hell to be a ghost. Stones and wood weighing more than 10 kilograms or even dozens of kilograms were thrown down from the turret. The soldiers of the Beijing camp below were caught off guard. If they were blocked by their hands, they fractured. If they were hit in the head, they would win the jackpot. You don't need to be merciful when you call the traitors, especially when a bunch of bunnies like Shikai dare to numb themselves deliberately, so they can come sneak attack. Aren't you willing to come over and kowtow to the grandpas, Then come anything that can be thrown on the top of the city. The officers and soldiers of the brave battalion will be happy, and the soldiers guarding each granulation are trying their best to teach the disobedient turtles and grandchildren below. Bang! The first batch of loaded blunderbuss had already fired, and there was repeated blue smoke, and the air was mixed with a very strong smell of gunpowder. Immediately from the opposite side, there was a call for help from the shot. The hit rate of the rifle from this distance is extremely high, and dozens of people gathered on the already not Zurich city, making the shooting effect almost the same as the rifle of later generations. More importantly, the Yonghui battalion is not a cannon fodder camp that is inferior to the Five Scums. As one of the five main forces of Ming dynasty, under the guidance of generals such as Huang Degong, Zhu Yuji, and Sun Yinyuan, the combat literacy of officers and soldiers can be regarded as first class at this time. No one was afraid of the enemy or even fleeing. They were properly trained in peacetime and had just repaid the payment. The morale of the officers and soldiers in the turret was high, and they were all actively defending in their respective positions. Boom! After waiting for a long time, the 6-loaded Franco machine also aimed at the opposite turret controlled by the Beijing camp and fired one after another. In a flash, the fire burst, illuminating most of the turret. The explosion sounded endlessly, and the debris near the bombing point flew across. The front of the turret where the Yonghui battalion is located is just opposite to the side of the turret occupied by the Beijing camp. If both sides use artillery to bombard each other, the Yonghui battalion will have a correspondingly large number of guns because of the large number of pits, so it will take advantage of it. Turtles, isn't your grandpa's poop delicious? Maybe it was because I felt that blasting the opposite side was not enough to relieve my anger. The gunners of the Yonghui battalion were still beating and cursing around their necks, and then proceeded to replace the medicine room. In terms of the level of the gens, the Jinying gunners who were negligent in training were far less than their colleagues in the Yonghui battalion. What's more, according to the prince's order, the Jinying had already handed over all the large and small Franco machine artillery that could quickly fill the medicine chamber in its hands. Before the sneak attack, the Beijing camp did not dare to reload the artillery in advance, for fear that it would be a bad thing to be discovered by the sentry on the opposite side because of his own actions too much. At this time, the gap was reflected. The original artillery variety was poor, and the gunner's ability was low. When the second wave of bombardment began on the opposite side, the Jinying hadn't finished the work. What? Due to the limited weight of the projectile, the damage effect of the Franco machine is far less effective than that of the Hongyai cannon. It is not a big problem for the shell to hit the wall, but it can hit the Beijing camp soldiers stationed on the opposite side. Broken blood. Just by visual observation, the 2 rounds of shelling from the Yonghui battalion caused at least 30 or 40 casualties to the 5th Army, so angry that Chief Qian in the turret had no other choice but to curse the street. This? The cannon on the Jinying side didn't respond even after it was ignited. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. The gunner didn't know what to do, twisted with his hands, and sniffed it in front of his nostrils. It felt like the gunpowder was damp. What do you do for the trash? No cannons go off. When Qianzong saw this, he couldn't help furious, and kicked the gunner around him, daring to feel that the artillery in front of him was a display, and it had no practical effect. This group of waste didn't even know that the gunpowder was damp, so he should be killed. Tankian, it rained just a few days ago. I think it was due to the hot and humid weather. The leader can only find a far-fetched reason to resist the anger of his boss. It doesn't matter if one cannon doesn't sound, and all the cannons don't sound. It's not justified. Hot and damp. How could the cannon on the other side sound? Do you bunch of trash want to be bombarded to death by the other side? President Qian was even more angry when he heard that. How many days it didn't rain, and there was such a thunderstorm a few days ago. Can it be used as a reason for the gunpowder to be damp? You guys must have drunk too much one day, and secretly peed into the gunpowder keg. Otherwise, How could this be the case? The gunners were very aggrieved, and did not dare to rush into the high-ranking chief executive, so they froze in place. President Kiane was even more angry, and angrily said, "You are here in a daze? How many barrels of gunpowder to try? A bunch of brainless things. If you don't fire the cannon tonight, I will kill you all. Go ahead!" Exclamation mark. A warning must be given to these wine sacks and rice bags, otherwise the turret will be bombarded by the ruins of the city for 2 hours. The gunners with smug eyebrows had to get busy again under the leadership of the general manager. After all, it would be uncomfortable to be chopped off, so that they would no longer be able to eat big fish, let alone play with women. The artillery of the Yongwei battalion started the third wave of bombardment, but the turret on the opposite side was still quiet, and no sound could come out. The bright-headed guy saw the clue, and shouted in the direction of the bombardment during the filling gap. Brothers from the Jinying camp opposite, listen, if you don't know how to reload the cannon, Grandpa can come and help you. If you don't know how to enter the bridal chamber, Grandpa, I can also help you earn enough, give you a fat boy for free. My turtles and grandchildren, your gadgets are bird guns, and Grandpa's object is a cannon, and it sounds like a cannon, unlike your gadgets that are not useful. Stop talking, let's go on. Their mother-in-law is really going to come to you for errands together. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Ahahaha. Everyone was very happy when they heard this guy's unruly shouts, and each one grinned and laughed, as if the intense battle began to become more relaxed and comfortable. Facing an opponent like the Five Scums, it is necessary to carry out a double softness from the body and soul. Since it is a verbal insult, then poke hard in the opponent's heart. The harder the prick, the better. If the high-level generals of both sides confronted each other, it would probably not be this way. But at the bottom of the soldiers, apart from the difference in technical and tactical capabilities, they are actually illiterate. When they rise up, then all meat dishes can jump out of their mouths. But this is only the only advantage of the Yongwei battalion. A large number of soldiers from the Beijing battalion under the city are laying shields with a ladder, forcibly crossing the moat, and attacking the city wall and nearby horse faces. Because he knew the local defense situation very well, he had the advantage in military strength. But the General Hao Minu did not let his troops attack the Chongmen with Wenqing, but focused on attacking the junction of the inner city and the outer city. The cost of casualties in this way is less than that of attacking the city gate, as long as one of them can be breached. The army can swarm in and take the imperial city directly. If you hit Chongmen hard, even if you break through the outer city gate of Wenqing, you still have to continue to attack the inner city gate behind. If you can't defeat the latter, the part can only be held in Wenqing. Zhengyangmen to the west of Chongmen and Xuanyumen are also similar. Of these three gates, the Yongwei battalion has the most troops deployed at Zhengyangmen and the strongest defensive force. It will cost at least thousands of casualties to conquer. If you want to find another attack point, that is the junction of the outer city and the inner city in the west of the city, where you can implement the same symmetrical play as in the east of the city. How many deliberately did not allow the infantry under the city to take the lead in the attack, because if they were discovered by the enemy on the front of the city, the part of a sneak attack on the city wall would lose the opportunity. Now that the city wall sneak attack has no effect, at least for the time being, there is no hope of attacking the turret, so a large-scale storm can only be carried out. Quick, get me up. Set up a ladder. The leaders of the 5 army camp waved the knives in their hands and yelled vigorously, so that the soldiers who had just finished crossing the river under the rain of arrows were ready to climb and attack the city. If they did not rush up, they could only stand under the city. White was beaten, although some people almost fell into the river when they were just right. They were wet, but they had to climb the long and heavy ladder. Fortunately, the weather was good and it was very warm, and it wouldn't end up if they got wet. Ice. See you. The 5th Army Camp had no idea what year it was when fending off the enemy last time. The long-distance battle and the poor visibility at night made them a little messy, and even the 2 ladders could play cross graphics, and then they began to scold each other for idiots. The officers and soldiers of the Yonghui battalion on the head of the city can greet enthusiastically with ordnance no matter who is high or low. A pot of bubbling kerosene is poured down, and then a torch is thrown down. That's really called invigorating enjoyment. What? The 12 or 3 soldiers of the 5th Army camp who were exposed to kerosene were ignited in the blink of an eye. Especially the skin will experience a strong burning sensation, which can reach the state of painful pain, rolling on the ground with pain, and constantly tearing heart. The scream of lungs. This kind of liquid attack is unstoppable by any iron armor, leather armor, or cotton armor, and it is difficult to be extinguished immediately. If it is poured in a certain amount, even if it does not die, it will become an unrecognizable disability even if it is half-life. In the face of an enemy attack, the well-trained battalion of brave guards reacted very quickly. I have seen fireworks from the turret, heard the sound of gongs, and guards at the gates, horse faces, and female walls near the turret. The army immediately entered a state of combat readiness. When Hao Min ordered a large-scale attack on the city, the Yonghui battalion on the front of the city had already been filled with artillery and firecrackers, and could counter-attack the densely packed enemies indiscriminately. How is the battle? Report to the general. The city is tightly guarded, and the thieves are stagnant. The deputy general of Huang Degong faction Zhang Yilong guarded the 3 city gates south of the inner city. As one of the brave soldiers of the brave battalion, Zhang Yilong dressed up after receiving the report. He quickly led the guards to move from Zhengyangban to Chongmen, and commanded the various ministries to defend against the enemy. Combat. Prior to this, he negotiated with Wang Yumin, the eunuch of the supervising army, that the latter would lead his troops to continue to stick to Zhengyan Gate, avoiding the tactics of the thieves to move the tiger away from the mountain, and immediately report what happened here to the prince and chief soldier Huang Degong. Zhang Yilong peeked out from the perforation, and saw thousands of torches in the city. A little black shadow kept moving. Arrows flying horizontally shuttled through it. Dozens of ladders have been erected. The closer you get to the city wall, the more the situation is critical. The sound of shouting and killing sounded very shocking. The other party was going all out to siege the city. This scene was not at all like a Beijing camp like wine and rice bags. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never be credulous. In a single position, the opponent invested far more troops than himself, and Zhang Yilong frowned when he saw this, thinking about countermeasures. He deployed 300 people in each tower, and each tower had 100 people. There were also some troops on the horse face and female wall, but it was a bit difficult to deal with such a fierce attack. If you continue to hold on to the troops, you will be tight in front of you. Once the troops are dispatched from him, you will be worried that the thieves will be attacked. So you are still hesitating about the plan to increase troops. With 500 men defending against the attack of 2 or 3,000 below, Zhang Yilong was not very sure when the enemy was also equipped with artillery. Chapter 142, I'm sorry. Due to the small number of enemies and the disparity in military strength, regaining the outer city can be regarded as a luxury. At the moment, being able to stabilize the city's defenses and repel incoming enemies is a great achievement. Zhang Yilong doesn't know when the reinforcements will arrive, so he has to be cautious everywhere and never careless. According to Huang Degong's advanced deployment, the Deputy General Zhang Yilong and the supervising army Wang Yumin guarded Nanqing. The Deputy Songjin the supervising army Kong Zhenhui guarded the Xiqing. The Deputy General Lin Bogo and the supervising army Yin Dabai guarded the North City, and the participating generals Ma Jingong and supervisor Wang Zhaijun guards the East City. Huang Degong himself and supervisor Liu Yuanbin led 500 infantry and half of the chariot battalions to defend the Imperial City. Supervisor Lu Jiyud led the cavalry battalion and half of the chariot battalions to stay at the camp outside the city. If there is something in the city, he can rush to support him at any time. The infantry sub-battalion originally had nearly 3,600 troops, but it was transferred by the general army to 500, and the rest had to break up the four walls of the inner city. In fact, the defensive force on each wall was less than 700. Had it not been for Huang Degong's order to mobilize more than 1,000 infantry and gunners from the chariot battalion to support the city defense, Zhang Yilong would have been burnt at this time. Even so, the fierce attack on the Beijing battalion made him very anxious. The opponent launched an offensive from the outer city, which meant that half of the capital had fallen into the hands of thieves. This was far greater than the threat of the capital being surrounded by the Qing army more than 10 years ago. The Yonghua battalion was ordered to temporarily take over the defense of the inner city from the Beijing battalion. Neither the troops nor the weapons have been fully deployed yet. Tonight was attacked by the rebels. It is not too much to say that it was a hasty response. The rebels originally controlled the outer city and could attack directly from the outer city wall, so that the terrain advantage of the brave battalion was more than half cancelled. If it were not for the order and prohibition, the defenders would close the gate of the turret at night in accordance with the regulations, and the rebels had already passed through here to enter the inner city. Then the situation would become even more critical. But I don't know what the rebels thought. They only launched an offensive between the turret and Chongmen. The two city gates west of Chongmen did not move at all. According to the news from the sentry from time to time, everything was normal over there. Thousands of people attacked the city on this relatively narrow plot, which really made Zhang Yilong puzzled. However, even though the troops were already stretched, Zhang Yilong decided to deploy 50 people to support the southeast direction that was targeted by the rebels. Turret, boom. Just as Zhang Yilong was talking with his subordinate Qianzong, and looking out, a light suddenly appeared in the distance of the outer city, and in an instant, the city wall near Chongmen was hit by a row of artillery shells. Many defenders on the wall were fighting back. 3 or 4 crevices were flattened one after another. The exploded city bricks and gravel fell one after another, smashing the soldiers of the 5 army camp who were preparing to climb the ladder under the city routes. Stumps and broken arms can be seen everywhere, and the ordnance scattered on the ground is soaked in blood with body temperature. Screams and the sound of shenyin one after another. The lucky guy hurried over to help the wounded soldier. Ha 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 ha, good job. Just fight like that. Hao Minu, who commanded the siege from a distance, saw that the Shinji camp was finally showing off. He was so happy that it was indeed exhausting to use the 5 army camps to attack the inner city. But with the help of the Shinji camp, it was twice the result with half the effort, so that the over-the-top stuff on the Yonghua camp would also taste the taste of being beaten by cannonballs. Dozens of artillery were used to hit the city wall dozens of times. No matter how strong the walls of the capital were, there was no fear that a gap would not come out. In addition, there are many people on your side, and you can attack the turret from the outer city wall. As long as you continue to attack without stopping, there will always be a chance to succeed. As for how many brothers would be killed or injured by the Shenjing shells, he wouldn't think too much about it. Without artillery to help the battle, I'm afraid there would be more brothers dead. What Hao Minu thought in his heart was the 35 million tals of silver in the imperial city. Only 1 million tals would be enough for him. I really don't know how big a pile of 1 million tals is. After the city breaks, he must be right. Have a good taste. Due to the dark night, narrow streets, too many people, and many other factors, the artillery of Shenjing waited for a while before both sides started to go crazy, and more than half of the artillery shells did not know where they flew. Tao Dinglin's artillery team was too close for fear of being bombarded by the Yonghua battalion. If they were far away, it would be the result in front of them. The artillery formation was even mighty, but the actual effect was very average. The 13 cannons that were loaded fired one after another, and only 4 shells hit the female wall. The others either hit the wall or flew directly over the wall and went into the inner city. This is not bad. If any shells fall into the pile of people at the rout of the city, I'm afraid that the guys in the 5 army camp would have been scolded by their necks at this time. The ancient army, no matter how elite it was was far from the ability of future generations to fight all weather. Even night battles were dominated by sneak attacks as the attacker and ambushes as the defender. There are countless torches illuminated, and its visual range and strike accuracy are far lower than during daytime operations. What's more, the Beijing battalion was originally low in combat power. After being blocked by the opponent, the night attack became a veritable blind fight. Without the support of artillery fire, even if the uncles of the Jinying group were 3-toon or even 5-toon, they would not be sure to climb the ladder to attack the city head with the flying arrows. The inner city is about 8 meters high. Climbing into the Kremlin is like attacking a window on the 3rd floor. When the opponent is guarding, there is a ladder to support it. It is extremely difficult to climb in. Go up and up. Climb. Conquer the city and reward you with 100 gills of silver. The general under the root of the city sternly greeted his brothers to attack the city as soon as possible. Otherwise they would all have to die down, and go up early to get into the imperial city to grab the silver. Without silver as a bait, these elders in Beijing did not bother to sacrifice their lives to their superiors. Even the emperor ordered them not to be moved, and silver was their superior. However, it is not easy to conquer the city from the Kremlin. The soldiers of the Yonghui battalion stabbed down with their spears. The rebels smashed down like dumplings. Those who were lucky enough to jump into the Kremlin could not hold the close range. Shoot in face with one arrow. The gap in the female wall that was blasted was quickly blocked by the defenders with a rolling log. The rebels were still unable to move an inch on the front of the city. The few people who did not wait for follow-up support were completely besieged and killed. There are 4 horse faces between the turret and Chongmen, which can provide lateral fire support for the city. The rebels in the open space between the horse faces can be attacked by the crossfire of the defenders. The rebels were so dizzy that they wanted to attack the top of the city and get into the imperial city early to grab silver. At the same time, they wanted to counterattack the defenders on the horse. As a result, neither wish could be realized. Shizhong had already started to run back. The swarming rebels were extremely shocking in terms of momentum, but due to the narrow attack surface, the superiority in numbers did not play a big role. 3,000 or 4,000 people were blocked in the northeast corner of the outer city. The Beijing camp in the long-suffering battle formation did not accumulate experience in the culmination of siege. Its tactics were to fight hard and employ people. According to the subjective assumptions of the generals, if 1,000 or 2,000 people died, how could they break into the city? Damn it. The battle for the southeast turret continued. This was the first place to start the war, but after a quarter of an hour, the head of the Beijing camp had killed and injured hundreds of his men, but the turret still had not been captured. What's even worse is that the front of the turret where the opponent is located is facing the side of the turret, and Yongwing's Franco machine has a faster rate of fire, which causes him to be bombarded. The problem of gunpowder being damp was solved, but the firing of the guns was really too slow. With just one shot from my own side, I could get 3 or 4 shots from the opposite side. The gunner on his side was quickly slammed by the counterparts on the opposite side to the point that the female wall was completely cut off, and the soldiers on the front of the city found that there was no cover, so they had to retreat inside. So when is the head, unless you completely exit the turret or go directly to the city, as long as you continue to stay here, it will be uneven and the short-eyed cannonball will fall on their heads. Boom. Be careful. 2 or 3 shells hit the eaves of the turret, and suddenly the rubble and dust fell down, and the soldiers hurried over to protect Qianzong from harm. Damn it. Give it to me. Retreat. As long as you go in, their artillery will be scrapped. Mr. Qian patted off the dust on his face, pointed with his waist knife at a group of men who were a little horrified by the artillery, yelling furiously, and if they could not enter the turret in front of them, they would all have to be bombarded alive by a few French machines on the opposite side. You can't die. Your own gunners are either dead or injured. Without enough gunners, the firecrackers will not be able to use their power. For the present plan, they can only attack down the turret with one blow. Otherwise they cannot explain to the guerrillas. If the Peak is angry, he will chop himself down. Maybe, with such a turret close at hand, he still launched an offensive on the city wall. As a result, so many brothers died before they were beaten down. Instead, they were beaten up by the opponent. Qianzong really felt very angry. "You guys come here. Turn the gun muzzle, aim at the building door, give me a shot." Only then did President Qian come up with a very feasible method. As long as he can blast away the obstacles that block him, this thorny problem will be solved. When his brothers break into the turret, he must kill all the defenders inside to vent their anger. The remaining gunners had to obey orders, and began to fiddle with the cannon that was still usable, and under general urging, slowly turned the direction and pushed it to the door of the turret, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. No, they are going to blast open the door of the building and hit the fire guns there. This move was quickly discovered by the sharp-eyed defenders. The intention couldn't be more obvious. Everyone immediately began to gather fire to attack the artillery that had just been in place. The gunners of the Beijing battalion were hit again, and nearly 10 people were killed or injured. The shields in the hands of the shield soldiers who were in charge of protecting the gunners were all shattered. The guy who was still breathing stupidly touched his face and the parts of his crotch, and found that the parts were all there. It was really fortunate. After he had a lingering fear, he was scared. "It's so pissing. The defenders have completely blocked the entrance of the building with rolling wood thunderstones. Even if this happens, the rebels will have nothing to do even if they blast open the entrance of the building. Unless they use human resources to carry these debris, they will have to die." People. What? This stupid didn't have much luck. After running back only 4 or 5 steps, he was chopped by President Qian with a knife. The body fell in front of everyone. His eyes widened, and everyone was shocked when he saw it. "Listen to me. Whoever dares to escape will end up like this. Give it to me." Under Qian's anger, the soldiers had to put away their selfishness and once again prepared to storm the opposite turret, no matter what the result. Always try again. If it succeeds, the money in the Imperial City will be almost at your fingertips. With a bloody waste knife in hand, President Qian looked around the area that had been blasted to ruin, and then looked at the unmoving turret on the opposite side. He could be beaten as a bear with more and less, and he became even more angry and despised the incompetent subordinates. But I had to rely on them to force me down, so I had to bear it for the time being. Just imagine the shiny silver mountain in the Imperial City to feel a little comfort. Not yet conquered. Why did you eat? A guerrilla from the 5 Army Battalion boarded the turret and found that a group of people were still standing there. Except for the dead, there was almost no change in the front line. The Yonghui Battalion still fired frequent artillery on the opposite side, bombarding its own soldiers. Furious, President Qian couldn't hide his embarrassment, so he had to bite the bullet and report the situation in front of him. "The guerrillas, the defenders at the head of the city are quite brave. I have already organized 3 assaults, and I am implementing the 4th time." As the battle continued, Hamina was not as optimistic as it was at the beginning, and his smile turned solemn. Nearly 1,000 soldiers were killed and injured in the 5th Army camp, but he did not conquer an important spot. The inner city defense line is still controlled by the Yonghui Battalion. The turret, which he regarded as the key area of the attack, was not taken down immediately, directly causing the trilogy under the route of the city to be attacked by the defenders in the direction of Chengtu, Momian, and Chongmen. The death and injury are aside for the time being, but the inability to see any hope of breaking the city is the cause of his irritation. Does this imply his incompetence? Han Rui, the optimistic lieutenant before, saw this situation in the distance, and had to consider discussing with Ding Jian and others, and try to open a breakthrough in the corner tower west of Xiuanyuan. The Shenji Battalion is still providing artillery support to the friendly forces step by step, but it is inferred from the battle situation at the scene that they will continue to fire until dawn. They were far away from the battle zone, and the Yonghui Battalion focused most of their attention on the routes of the city with burning eyebrows. Fortunately, The casualties of the Shinji battalion were not serious. In order to show their sincerity, Tao Dinglin and Huai dispatched hundreds of bird gunmen to hide in the courtyard of the Min's High and shoot at the top of the city. We will say whether they can achieve anything. Ding Jian and Han Rui stood on a higher ground, using a single telescope to observe the battle in the direction of the turret. The fight was lively, but it did not achieve the expected results. But the continuous onslaught could consume the opponent's ammunition. By the time of dawn, the defenders were sluggish and weakened, and they had a great chance of winning. It was a surprise to be able to break the city before that. As a low-headed senior general, the two lieutenants did not pin all their hopes on the sneak attack. They knew Huang Degong's ability to lead the army, and they didn't know how to successfully attack the brave camp. Rather than opportunistically, it's better to come up with 1 power drops 10 wisdom. No matter how great you are, you can't hold back Lao Tzu's multitude of people. Chapter 143, Misfortune Never Comes Singly. Yoji came from a line report from Jinying outside the city, and suddenly remembered such a well-known saying, Fu Wash Wang can never come singly to misfortune. Last year for this big cannot afford to Imperial Guards armed, Chicken Unitary Reorganization Plan is able to rectify, not the whole, then simply abolished. This was the purpose of dispatching Sun Yinyuan in the past, but this group of local snakes who had been eating cards for many years did not buy it. Yoji didn't take the same method that Governor Yuan Du had used to deal with Guanning Jun, and fed the silver until the other party was able to eat and support it. There is too much money to say, a certain prince can still get it for several million tals. Sun Quanting's Qin army, Qin Liang's Beigan army, and Zudasu's Guanning army can all receive payment. But for those 5 scumbags in the Jinying group, there are no more than 1 or 2. If you are willing to continue to do it, then you will be obedient, and if you are not willing, you will either get out or die. Any rubbish is worth the price. If you think that a certain prince offers a low price, you can go to another chicken outside the customs. If you don't have any actual combat experience, you will waste food and silver waste. I am afraid that Huang Ji will be particularly disgusted when he sees it. They just take the initiative to surrender, and they are not necessarily willing to accept it. They can only be used as cannon fodder on the spot when they are incorporated into the Han flag, and they are also worried that these wastes will be turned away. Yoji didn't believe in the rubbish in the Beijing camp. The main reason was that the group of generals bowed their heads to Sun Yinyuan, and they were angry with Sun Yinyuan. Anti-watering was a matter of time and night, but Yoji didn't expect it. They couldn't bear it for 3 days. Probably the method used by Governor Sun was too simple and rude, making these skate-loach unbearable. That's better. It's better than waiting for the braids to enter the customs again. The Beijing camp traitors and the enemy Li Yingwei join forces to conquer the capital. There are 2 ways to commit chaos. Either succeed or fail. This is a life and death game, and it cannot be a win-win result. Sun Yinyuan took 500 people, and if there is a change, he will not be able to suppress this group of insurgents and thieves who have guys in their hands. What's more, the Beijing camp controls the outer city and can attack the inner city from there at any time. The troops that he can rely on are the Yongwei battalion in the city and the Qin army outside the city. The people in the inner factory and the east factory can be regarded as half of the troops, although the field ability is almost 0. If it is just to clean up the Beijing camp, it is still very certain, I am afraid, that there will be other chaos from it, such as the unknown chaos that is being searched by a wolf dog. Yoji did not appear shocked when receiving the news, and even sweared. He just whispered a few words with the waiter, and then ordered the waiter to step up to track down the murderer. After notifying the beautiful mother, he returned to the East Palace. It will be late in the end, and I will disturb Saint Anne in the middle of the night. But I hope your highness. The prince sent a brave camp to guard the periphery of the imperial city. The deep meaning of Huang Degong is already clear. It is an extraordinary period now. The situation inside and outside the capital has gradually changed. Shocked. I heard that there was a fire in the inner court, but the palace door did not open. indicating that the fire was not too big and could be extinguished by a servant. Huang Degong could only wait outside for news, at most asking his men to prepare more wooden buckets filled with water. But soon the maid came out of the palace to summon Huang Degong, saying that the prince had something to discuss. Huang Degong wanted to wash his face, but he was invited away before sending someone to fetch water. "It's okay, sit here, it's nothing special. This palace won't call a king to come to discuss countermeasures." Yuji's face sinks like water, but in fact he is very bottomless, relying on Huang to gain power internally and Sun Quanting externally. I don't know if these two backers are reliable. Huang Degong felt that the matter was faintly important, and hurriedly got up to show his loyalty. The final general is a reckless man, dull-headed, and although he is a Holy Family member, it is difficult to find an opportunity to repay him. Today, he obeys His Royal Highness' dispatch. The prince opened the gate of the palace and summoned the generals late at night. It shouldn't be for Ming to enter the palace to help put out the fire. The specifics are unknown. Yoji grinned, looked at the good general who was holding his fist and saluting, and sighed earnestly. "Yeah, what a king said is true. Today is the time to raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while. My palace gets a newsletter, jinnying I have already rebelled. I am afraid that the troops have been gathered and are ready to attack the inner city." The first battle of other traversers was either to abuse the braids or to suppress the bandits. The first battle in this palace was to counter the rebellion. Huang Degong couldn't help but lose his color, and immediately swore with full anger, "Please be at ease, as long as there is the end of the war. The brave camp will fight desperately, kill the enemy and serve the country. And don't stand up to the thief." Although the strength of the Beijing camp is twice that of the Yonghui battalion, there is still a gap between the combat power of the two. As long as the Yonghui battalion sticks to the inner city and stands by for aid, the king's army will come to the rescue. The thief's attempt will never succeed. If you want to come to the inner city, the city walls are still strong, and the Yonghui camp has already taken over all the city defenses. Without the prince's order, the city gates cannot be opened. The east, west, north, south, and north sides have arranged capable officers under Huang Degong, which is more appropriate. Even if the Beijing camp launches a rebellion, it will have to pay a great price of casualties if it wants to break the inner city, and it must break the inner city in a short time. Otherwise it will be flanked by the division of King Qin. Obviously these traitors came based on their own family's talents. Whether they were changing the dynasty or abdicating, they were the most unlucky ones. So the contradiction between the two parties was irreconcilable, and one had to die. There is no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to hell. Row. You bunch of rubbish has finally been seeded once. For this reason, the palace will accompany you to play to the end. Tonight is different. This time it is a gamble. Whoever loses will lose his life. Yoji still recognized and assured the loyalty and combat effectiveness of the Yonghui battalion, and planned to say, "The palace naturally believes in the loyalty of King and all the soldiers of the Yonghui battalion." The first task at the moment is to inform the various ministries and defend themselves. The city. Defend the imperial city firmly. Do not take the initiative to attack. You must use the city defense offensive to kill the rebels and weaken their fighting spirit. The palace has sent people to inform Sun Quanting to mobilize Qin soldiers to encircle the rebels from outside the city, making it difficult for him to deal with. A few days ago, this palace has sent a cronies to Shanhai Guan, and after calculating it, Hong Chengchu's forward part can arrive in Beijing at the latest tomorrow night. Even if Lao Hongtu's larger troops cannot arrive on time, as long as the two troops of Yonghui Battalion and Qin Bing fight with their lives, they can also stop the attack of the Beijing Battalion. They are afraid that Sun Quanting's generals will have a chance to take advantage of them. Careful thinking about unruly schemes. Qin Bing didn't work hard. If he was perfunctory, he would really count on the old Hongtu's large army. At least when Shiji did not fall and the prince was supervising the country, the generals under Hong Chengchu worked harder to clean up the Beijing camp. the shreds are proper. Yoji prepared a number of pre-plans, but I hope I won't use the worst one, that is, Ming also followed the Jinying camp to fight back. It's really unfavorable for himself. It's not time to wear it, and I can only hope to be armed. Warlock Lotang can transform into a big boss. You don't have to think about the end of the game in advance. Otherwise, you will lose your appetite, so you should be excited and see how you can fight to the end. With your own speculation, the siege ability of the group of 5 wastes of the Beijing camp does not seem to be the same. Very strong. How many soldiers and horses does a king have outside the city? His Royal Highness, there are more than 3,000 cavalry battalions and more than 1,000 chariot battalions, led by the supervising army Lu Jiud. Well, all the soldiers from the chariot battalion are transferred into the city to stabilize the 4-way inner city wall defense, so that Lu Jiud and the cavalry battalion are ready to counter the rebel cavalry at any time. I will follow the order at the end. It was hard to gather up so few elite cavalry, which could not be used for defending the city, even in the most dangerous time. Yoji didn't plan to do so. There are more than 3,000 cavalry in the cavalry sub-battalion. Assuming that the training fee for each cavalry is 100 tals, it is also worth 300,000 tals. If you hang up while defending the city, you will lose a lot, because the time spent in training is actually money, not to mention valuable combat experience. If you spend 300,000 tals of silver, you will definitely not be able to buy 3,000 elite cavalry from the market. As the top luxury goods of this time and space, the value of 3,000 Polish wing cavalry with ordnance and war horses is only 1 million tals of silver. Maybe this price can't be bought. If you really have a chance to buy it, Yoji can bid a cavalry for 500 tals of silver, and buy 10,000 winged cavalry at a time. It seems that the total number of people is not that much. It's just a contest between cavalry. 10,000 winged cavalry using European horses or bearded horses should be able to fight 4 flags, and about 30,000 braided cavalry, so that they know the true meaning of invincible. In addition, the specially imported war horses used 6 or 7 million tals of silver to buy the life of 30,000 braided cavalry. This transaction looks very expensive, but it is actually very cost-effective. If you have no silver, you can mine, and the life of the dog is gone. It's really gone. This kind of good thing is just to think about it. I don't know how many mercenaries Lao Tang's colleagues can recruit when they return to Europe. I hope this group of guys really only recognize money but not people. Whether it's Western or Eastern employers, just throw away. Gold can make it die. First survive the attack of the unfamiliar NC whitey-eyed wolf, and then prepare 5 million tals of silver to see how many Europa mercenaries can be bought. If the quality of overseas buyers is reasonable for the first time, then set up an embassy or office in Europe and dispatch a team to take charge of this matter. For the mutiny launched by the Beijing camp, Yoji has no good way to immediately put it out. He can only shrink his defenses first, shrink desperately, and stand for 3 days waiting for Hong Chengche's army to come and rescue him. Calculated by distance, if you don't have it tomorrow, you will definitely be there the day after tomorrow. If you can't wait for life or death, then there must be a traffic jam on the road. The security of the inner court is in charge of Li Fengxiang and Fang Zhenghua. The imperial city defense can be temporarily handed over to Zhuji to command. A king can lead troops to patrol the inner city's 4-way defense and adjust the deployment of troops in time to prevent the rebels from having a chance. There is no need to worry about taking. If there are changes in the inner city, you only need to report, without mobilizing troops. Except for the imperial city and inner city defenses, even if other places were burned out or destroyed, Yoji had no time to manage. Shufu, cabinet and officials of the 6th department, if smart, move closer to Lao Tzu, or just squat at home honestly. By the way, the giant ball daughter of Shufu must be recruited into the palace in advance to avoid being injured by the shells, especially if it hurts the pair of babies. Although Zhuji was transferred out of the Yonghui battalion to prepare for the establishment of the East Palace Guards, The formal recruitment has not yet begun. The required work documents are being written, and it will take a day or two to start the recruitment. He couldn't be more familiar with the old army. Yoji also believed that the character and will of this guy would definitely live and fight, and survive and die with the Imperial City. His Royal Highness. The fire in Yongzhou Palace has been extinguished. The servant was busy putting out the fire, and the concubine was also worried about the assassin. In addition, Yoji specifically blocked the news, and they had no way of knowing what happened outside the city. Okay, let's do this first. Aking will go to make arrangements first, and my palace will go to the back residence to make arrangements. Yoji is still not sure whether Jinying will attack the city on a large scale. If they suddenly take Tanjin at this time and take a boat Bedu to join Huangdaiji, then they really can't stop them, so they can only watch the group of livestock eating outside. Participated in the Master of the King dynasty. Due to the deployment of a large number of fireproof barrels in the surrounding area, the patrol personnel found it in a timely manner, and there were more people involved in the firefighting. The fire in Yongzhou Palace was extinguished within about half an hour. There is a quasi-ruin with green smoke in front of us. The windows and walls near the west side have been burned, and the beams of the house have been damaged to a serious degree. It seems that people can no longer live in a short period of time. Fortunately, Cunning the palace was unscathed, not attached to the bedroom of the beautiful mother. Wow, 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 wow. At this time Yoji heard two German shepherds screaming and barking in the distance. It stands to reason that these two things belonged to lazy dogs, and they would not bark indiscriminately. They must have found some clues. Yoji immediately decided to take a look, and walked to the scene where the servants gathered, only to find that a 40-year-old servant was pinching a small eunuch in front of him by the neck, taking him as a hostage, and attempting to interact with the inner factory. Child confrontation. Originally letting a dog can go up to bite the suspect, and it is easy to help the inner factory vassal to capture the target, but considering that the two German shepherds are their own pets, and the opponent's martial arts is not low, Yoji couldn't bear to do so. Seeing this man unexpectedly stubborn, the prince was waiting next to him. Li Fengxiang pointed at him with a shining waist knife in anger, and yelled, "Brave slave and maid, hurry up and let go, otherwise it will make you worse than death!" Exclamation mark. This guy has been surrounded by the clansmen of the inner factory, and here is an open space. It is impossible to even run over the wall. The other party swiftly hid behind the hostages, saw the prince coming, and his heart was tense, but he thought about it, and started the negotiation mode with a loud voice. "Hey, I can't tell Li Banban next, since the prince is here." "Yes, that's fine, if you give instructions behind the scenes. Can His Royal Highness leave this place safely?" This is the only bargaining chip in his hand that is of some value. The hostage in front of him is not even a bargaining chip. As long as the prince gives an order, he can shoot him with random arrows. The other party is not blindly begging for death. There is a door. Yoji smiled and said, "This palace has always used morality to convince people, without evidence, and there is no evidence. It is really difficult for this palace to explain to Antonin the fifth brother." Hearing that the prince wants to produce his own voucher, he may have a chance to escape and ascend to heaven. Now that he is forced into a desperate situation, he must take good hold of it. The guy took off a bag from his waist and threw it on the open space. He said, "This bag of gold was given to him by Luo Yang's fourth brother-in-law, Zhang Zulian. I heard that the prince has a magic method to check fingerprints. I just need to look for Zhang Zulian. Come to the testimony, and you will know the truth." Chapter 144, Critical Situation. The suspect knows that he is surrounded by groups and wants to stand out. If he is surrounded by 3 or 5 inner court masters, he may still escape, but there are dozens of people in front of him. The opponent is also equipped with blunderbuss and crossbows. As long as he kicks the hostage in his hand, wants to climb up the wall of the back residence, he will shoot a cold arrow at his back. If he is lucky, he will be captured alive. In the extremely cruel interrogation of the East Factory, he is a decisive plan. Don't want to dry. Up to now, money is already something outside of the body. If you can switch to a way to survive, even if you don't leave the back residence in pieces, it will be a rare blessing. It will never happen again in your lifetime. Maybe this is really evidence. Yoji glanced at the purse and waved his hand to let people pick it up. Wrap it with silk scarf. Don't hold it directly with your hands. If this matter is true, Liu Yangxing really dared to play the game of jumping over the wall in a hurry. Under him, the commander of Jinyi, who is more than 10,000 people, can be regarded as the end. Jinghua. The minister is here. According to the decree of the palace, Wu Mengming was promoted to the post of Jinyi commander, and Liu Yangxing will be arranged after the case is clear. If the Dong factory summons Zhang Zulian to encounter resistance, it can be regarded as rebellion and the Liu family will be joined together. Arrest. If everything is business as usual, just tell Liu family to confront the court when they are officials in the court. Liu Yangxing is highly valued by the daddy, and he has been operating Jinyi for more than 10 years. By the time Yoji generation has reached the point where he has become a master, even if there is no trouble, Yoji intends to replace it with the more obedient Wu Mengming. Regardless of whether this case involves Liu Yang, Yoji decided to make the case true. For a fat and strong but very disobedient vicious dog, the end will only be a dog meat hot pot. The reward for the brave guards who defended the city should come from the Liu dog meat. Liu Yangxing has been sitting firmly in the position of the commander for so many years, and the amount of silver he has earned is 100,000 tals. Even if it is not enough, the others it won't be much difference if you collect it again. It is said that after Liu Yangxing surrendered to Li Ziqing, he was forced to pay 30,000 tals of atonement silver, and he was released. Then he took refuge in Dorgan and was ordered to administer Tanjin. This must be given to the king of braids to give silver, otherwise who give you fat? Liu meat is not fatter than his cheap grandfather. It may be possible, but it will definitely not be a hungry dog that is thin enough to see the ribs. After the murder of buying people is leaked, it is true that he becomes a bereaved dog. Jinying is making trouble outside the city. If Liu Ogru runs ahead of time, the people sent by the Dongqing factory will be really difficult to catch. Even if we learn of its whereabouts, if Liu Ogru really went to join Jinying, then we know where he is. There is no way to start. This possibility is not trivial, on the contrary, it is very big. Yoji does not believe that the Liu dog meat that has been exhausted at this moment can still lie on his own bed and sleep a lot. If he is caught with this honor, it's so laughable and generous. At present, it is not known how destructive the former Jinyi commander and the traitors of the Beijing camp will be in collusion, and whether they will open the city gate from the inside and outside. But this is good, and there is a chance to kill them all. Liu Ogru will soon become clear that the result of trying to preserve power and wealth is that even the lives of the young and old cannot be saved. Regardless of the position, anyone who dares to oppose a certain prince will have no good end. There is no one. Yoji turned his head and looked at the suspect who was still showing off, and wrote him a blank check. You have no joking. When it is confirmed that there is Zhang Zulian's fingerprint on this thing, the palace will send someone to release it. You first catch Liu Yang's brother-in-law. If you can't catch it, you will be unlucky. After throwing out the evidence, he got such a reply, but the other party stopped doing it. His Royal Highness is joking. How can I know what happened outside in the inner court? The prince was young but had such a new machine. It really made him gritted his teeth. This kid must be cheating himself. Believe it or not, Yoji calmly explained, it's fair. Change one by one. If Zhang Zulian doesn't come in, you don't want to go out. If he really comes, you can naturally go out. But if you just let you go, this palace cannot explain to Anton and your fifth younger brother. For the sake of fairness, the palace will release you at Deshingmen and prepare a horse for you 100 steps away. After you get on the horse, this palace will let the 4 in-house guards arrest you. If you are lucky, you will get a life. otherwise you will be damned. Don't be resentful. I'm tired of listening to the truth and lies, and the adventure game is fun. Even if you can run, even if you have the ability, you can't blame others. Who makes you inferior to others? This is not a real release at all. It's just another arrest of himself. After the suspect sneered, he specially reminded, hey, this is not bad. I hope that His Royal Highness will keep his promise and don't give the horses laxatives. If he escapes mentally, he thinks he really has a chance to escape this place of right and wrong, and when he runs to a secluded place, he settles down and never asks about world affairs for the rest of his life. This guy really knows how to calculate. Yoji carried his hands on his back, and immediately replied, it is not necessary. I am afraid that Zhang Zuoyun has already left the city, leaving you as a fool to sell his life. The said those who work hard will govern others, and those who work hard will govern others. You are a swordsman for others, and you also expect to chop off their wrists. When the prince left here, Li Fengxiang, the admiral and eunuch of the factory, reminded in a low voice, the minister is bold enough to say that, is your Royal Highness really going to let these murderers go like this? In Li Fengxiang's view, as long as there is a chance to take the suspect, he will not be released. The huge inner court was stunned by one person, and Yoji vomited unhappily. The inner factory has a lot of waste, but this palace does not believe that the inner factory is all waste. If it is only 100 steps away, the four can't catch one, so what is the need for the inner factory? The purpose of the re-establishment of the inner factory is to prepare for the rainy day, not to make up for it. Now this palace is going to fix it for you. The inner factory. Are you going to be a monk and eat fast? If this person has a few accomplices, the imperial city will be burnt down by them. Having endured the little master's anger, Li Fengxiang saw that the situation was not good, and could not come up with any effective countermeasures, so he knelt down and pleaded guilty. The minister deserves death. Yoji ignored this, and continued to admonish the servant. The inner factory is used to protect the inner court. If the inner court is not safe, it is the inner factory's malfeasance. As the inner factory admiral, you must be clear about the authority and role of your subordinates and divide the inner court. Film management. The person in charge of which film is an accident must bear the relevant responsibilities. If the management is in place, how can it happen tonight? I think you have always been diligent and loyal to learn from, so I won't let you care about it this time. Lessons. If similar incidents happen again, then this palace will not just talk about it. Get up. If the inner factory cannot take on the task of defending the mansion in a short time, the personal safety of the nobles and friends in the inner court will be seriously threatened. My head fell asleep. This kind of thing will fall on Yoji's head and will be afraid, so we have to strengthen our guard. The servants who enter and leave the East Palace are all old people from the past. It is impossible for new faces to intervene. Only those who come from Cunning Palace and follow Xia's sister. Several court ladies are newcomers. For these girls, they can pay equal attention to both kindness and power. As long as they are diligent and obedient, it is appropriate to earn 100 taels of silver a year, and they can have the opportunity to eat the fragrant imperial diet leftovers, such a delicacy that even the princes and ministers cannot enjoy. The meals arranged by a certain prince, even the snacks of Zhu's family, are extremely delicious. Not to mention the people who have never eaten the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. Yoji specially asked the chefs of the Shangshan supervisor to cook more dishes for each meal, so that the attendants around can also eat bibimbap. You can earn more money by staying with the prince, and you can also eat delicious food that you can't eat outside. If you don't make a mistake, you won't be beaten. This kind of master is something you can meet and never ask for. If you see someone behaving badly, you can still report it once it is verified. Get rewarded. An old follower like Yang Jinkao can get more salaries every year and can get such a generous salary. Yoji does not believe that people around him will rebel unless someone bids a sky-high price to buy it or their family is hijacked by criminals. Up. The minister will do his best to repay the kindness of His Royal Highness. The admiral and eunuch of the inner factory were so powerful. From the perspective of ordinary servants, Li Fengxiang had only awe of the prince, and never had any evil thoughts. This time, the prince did not commit crimes to himself because of such a big incident. It's benevolence and righteousness. At this time, a scent of scent wafted in an instant, and Yoji was already familiar with the scent emitted by the 3 concubines in the back residence, and he could distinguish the smell and smell. Mother Queen, Empress Zhu did not shy away from seeing Li Fengxiang, who was waiting on the sidelines. This is not an outsider, so she directly expressed her doubts. The mother has to report to Yongwing for frequent mobilization in the foreign dynasty. Does Brother Hong know? As a queen, the eyeliners placed in the back residence can be activated after the husband Jun travels in immortality. Although the Queen Zhu is only listening to the government, she still has a tight eye on the 3 square acre of the back residence. The back residence is just a palace on fire, and it has been extinguished. And there is no major problem. The Yongwing's actions are a bit weird because of this. It is better to let the eldest son know earlier, so that their mother and son will not fall into danger. I can't cover the rebellion, and I can't block the guns from the Beijing camp. It's better to tell the truth and prepare early. Mother, it's the son of the son who made Huang Degong do this and this. The minister got a tip. The Beijing camp outside the city has already undergone a mutiny, and he is about to report to his mother. This remark came from the eldest son. The beautiful mother did not suspect that he had him. After hearing the news, her eyes widened, her lips lightened, but she was shocked to aphasia. Her delicate body swayed twice, as if she was about to fall down, and the maid beside her was in a hurry. Step forward to help. Can scare the big beauties in the family to faint. Yoji hurriedly calmed down after seeing this. Don't worry about the queen. My son has arranged Huang Degong's brave guards to stay in the inner city, and he has sent people to inform Sun Quanting to lead Qin soldiers to come to rescue. By the way, Zuyuji will be transferred to Yumen. In addition to the troops of the East Factory and the Inner Factory, the number of soldiers guarding the imperial city is no less than 3,000 to 4,000. It is expected that the Beijing camp will be rebellious and dare not act rashly. This palace does not believe that the 5 scums of the Jinying warriors can break the inner city and the imperial city before Hong Chengchu's army returns to the court. Their combat power is stronger than the 2 yellow flags of the braid. They were all in disguise before. Expose his true strength in advance. As soon as the voice fell, there was a rumble of cannons from the south. Yoji cursed secretly in his heart. Mardan, it doesn't give me face so much. I heard the sound of cannons just after I finished speaking. Queen Zhu was just a little relaxed by the eldest son. When she heard the explosion, her nerves became tense again, and she didn't know what to do with the little hand of the prince. As the queen of the Ming Empire, the strategizing thing was really beyond the reach of a woman like her. Yoji touched some cold catkins, so he exhorted, don't panic the mother queen, there are children here, so you will not let those rebellions hurt the mother queen. The children will arrange defenses everywhere, and ask the mother queen to take charge of the mansion. Don't make chaos in the back residence. At the moment, the enemy can only wait for the Beijing camp to be repelled before going to clean up the mansion. Empress Zhao's pink face turned pale, and she was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. After stabilizing her guilty conscience, she promised, okay. The emperor is so courageous, the mother will be relieved. Regarding how to resist those rebellions, Queen Zhu had no idea. The only thing she could rely on was the prince. Fortunately, the prince was born, and after returning from a study tour in the fairy world, she would be able to deal with it more or less. Today, she can only do so. Self-comforted. Fengxiang, the minister is here. Except for the servants who guard suspects and protect the nobles in the back residence, all servants, regardless of type, must gather immediately. Put the sacks on sand and pile them at the gate of the palace to defend against artillery attacks. The main hall is on the 8th floor. People, The 4 people in the small palace go to the room as a lookout. There are also people everywhere in the imperial city wall to monitor the outside world and report abnormalities immediately. Weapons are issued to the servants, and at critical junctures, they must be faithful to serve the country. The mother and Her Royal Highness Hongfu will sit back and relax. I hope so. Do as my palace ordered. Yoji was not quite sure that Jinying would attack the inner city after the mutiny, but judging from the direction of the gunfire, it was almost certain that these whitey-eyed wolves were going to eat alone, and the target was the pile of silver in the imperial city. Huang Degong's defensive force on the southern wall of the inner city is less than 1,000. If the Yonghua battalion cannot hold the first wave of attacks by the rebels, then he and his pretty mother are really in danger, and the situation is far less optimistic than it seems. I don't know how long it will take for Sun Quanting to transfer soldiers and horses. The 30,000 kin soldiers are the most important thing about victory or defeat tonight. Those Shanxi generals who like silver hope to be able to work for themselves. Otherwise, if I can't wait for Hong Chengchu's class teacher, he will be abolished. Ming can hang up 5 years in advance and save the pigtails. I don't know what Daddy Xiaoge will think about this. It stands to reason that Qin Bing has just finished his salary, and his morale is booming. The generals and schools at all levels have received enough rewards. They should not be collaborating with the 5 scums of the Beijing camp. But this kind of thing cannot be too full of wishful thinking. Everything is just in case. Yoji trusts the old grandson 100%. As long as his generals still obey his orders, then Qin soldiers can become the main force in countering the rebellion, and it is completely acceptable to throw hundreds of thousands of pills of silver to them afterwards as a reward. The only unknown is Hong Chengchu. After receiving the Holy Guru Shan Haiguan, he waited for half a month and waited and watched the development of the situation on the capital side. Then he really smashed himself to death. It seems that for the sake of Daddy, the old Hongta sent 2,000 to 3,000 people over at any rate. As the artillery sounds became more frequent, Yoji used his own experience to infer that it should be the Yonghua camp on the south side of the city that had already started fighting with the rebels. Chapter 145. Losing soldiers and converting generals. Empress Zhu suddenly remembered the famous Chen Qiao mutiny in history. Although she lived in the back residence, she still knew the outline of this historical event. After Zhu Shizong Chairong died of illness, his 4th son Shizong succeeded to the throne as Emperor Zhagong. As a result, when the little emperor was 7 years old, the Chen Qiao mutiny broke out. Although Chia's mother and son did not die because of this, the new emperor gave them the pill book and voucher to guarantee the prosperity of their descendants. But Chizong's son, who would be King Zheng, died young at the age of 20. Hearing the rumble of cannons from afar, Queen Zhe could not help but think of the tragic ending similar to the palace gate on blood. It is inevitable that there will be a little sadness and sorrow in her heart. I hope that the generals such as Huang Degong can be trusted by their mother and son. His Royal Highness, Jinying Governor Sun Yiniyun was chased by enemy soldiers and shot down with an arrow. He was seriously injured. Now he is waiting outside the palace. Yoji received such good news as soon as he sent away his beautiful mother, who was frightened by the mutiny. Putting aside the rebellion in the Beijing camp, Sun Yiniyun was almost killed. Tonight is really a good day for the loss of soldiers and generals. I heard that the attendant reported that he was seriously injured, and I don't know if he could save him, or he would be blocked, and he would have lost a general. Hurry up and bring Sun Naking in, and send the Emperor's doctor over for treatment. The servants hurriedly put the wounded on a stretcher, and then carried him into the East Palace with small steps, followed by a few generals who entered the palace. After all, they directly broke the main general. They must explain the cause and effect. Be clear. What is the problem? Yoji looked at Sun Yiniyun, who was already in a coma. He was almost stained red with blood under his breastplate. If he lost a lot of blood, he would lose his life. The generals knelt to the ground, and one of the leaders reported with a fist, "His Royal Highness, The Suoyan department of the Jinying camp launched a rebellion in the name of Ying Xiao. I was widowed, and the governor was unsustainable, so I had to lead me back to the city in a hurry. But I didn't want to encounter the arrows of the defenders in the outer city. When I turned to the north, I encountered chasing soldiers and killed them. Finally, I passed the Kaoyang gate guarded by the brave guards. I was able to enter the city. The governor unfortunately fell off the arrow when he escaped from the pursuit, and then was attacked suddenly, hurting his crotch, and hoped that His Highness would give him a rescue. The protection is not good, and he is willing to accept his punishment. I will be guilty at the end. The final general is also guilty. Hearing the chaotic pleas, Yoji drank impatiently and promptly stopped. Okay, my palace has called an imperial physician to treat Sun aching. The soldiers who killed the rebels are all my loyal ministers. What's the crime? The wounded can be treated at the same time. Now that the enemy is currently in charge, the palace has to punish you. Isn't it the king of priority? If the generals are in good health and intend to kill the enemy, they can listen to the command of Huang Degong. I heard that the servant said that Sun Yinyun brought out more than 100 people in the remnants who were all personal guards trained by him. Although there are not many people, they are also rare elites in the Brave Guards camp. It is good to be used to stick to the guard. His Royal Highness is wise and generous. The final general thanked His Highness for not killing. The prince did not punish himself, and everyone was naturally grateful. If he wanted to avenge his shame, he must join Huang Zongbing and fight the rebels to the death. After being successfully attacked by a group of mobs, all the generals are dissatisfied. If you don't save your face, you will have trouble sleeping and eating, let alone the governor who was injured by the thieves. Well, the generals are loyal to this palace. First let the wounded be treated by the imperial physician. The unharmed can eat near the Meridian Gate, eat and drink before defeating the rebels. Yoji saw that although everyone was high-spirited and their eyes were bright, they were gradually showing tiredness. After all, it was not easy to fight and run in the middle of the night. After replenishing their physical strength, it would not be too late to kill a carbine. Let Fang Zhenghua go with Huang Degong to see how the battle is going on the southern city wall. Yoji wants to know the specific situation and can't always listen to the general idea, so that he can mobilize his troops and arrange corresponding targeted tactics. After a while, the imperial physician came to report the injury. His Royal Highness, Governor Sun is seriously injured, and the lower officials have done their best. Whether they may turn the crisis into peace, it depends on whether Governor Sun himself can survive the disaster. It's just. But it's okay to say it's just. Even if Governor Sun saves his life, it will be difficult for him to do. Husband and wife affairs. I just can't. Enter the Tao. The doctor was afraid that the prince would not understand that aspect because of his young age. So he changed another explanation, hoping that the prince would understand. Well, you have to work. Come here, give a reward. Well, after Sun Yinyun recovers from his injury, he can accompany the eastern failure. This is really good fortune and ruining people. The Datong dynasty had a west factory, an east factory, and an internal factory. Is it necessary to open another north factory or something? Armed the North Factory. This name takes both heritage and innovation into consideration. A field force directly under the command of the eunuch. The chief officer is the imperial governor of Bicheng Official School, the eunuch Sun Yinyun. This is so funny. Not accept it. I believe that daddy will like to roll his eyes. It seems that he really lacks such a unit. With Sun Yinyun in the battle, he can use the North Factory as a trump card. At least not inferior to the Yongwei battalion in terms of strength and equipment. Set up one battalion each for foot, riding, and cart, plus airships and logistics support units, with a total force of 20,000. To train this person, you can still afford the money in your pocket. It's a big deal to let the prisoners of the Beijing camp go to the mountains. Mining is ready. Do you think too much again? Before they could win, they arranged work for the other party. Right now, They were eager to see the silver in the imperial city. I didn't expect that the role of silver would be so significant that it could stimulate the 5 dregs of the battle to the point where they would die. Don't dare, don't dare. This is part of the official position. Don't dare. A king came to treat the wounded in the middle of the night. She has a great merit, and the reward is a matter of course, so there is no need to refuse. Thousands of soldiers are easy to get, and one general is hard to find. As long as it can save Sun Yinyun, it is not a big sum to spend a few hundredls of silver on the eunuchs. Yoji will not go to observe the injured part, so as to avoid nausea. I did not expect that a generation of famous generals will become Sun Banban. As the imperial doctor said, Sun Yinyun could not return to the Yonghui battalion after he was injured, and it was not appropriate to be a supervising army. There are too many people who know the inside story, and this kind of thing can't be kept secret at all. Maybe I really want to open the North factory. That's good. He is definitely not the only one who suffers unspeakable harm on the battlefield. If you continue to stay in the old army, you will inevitably be ridiculed. If you are often pointed, no one can bear it. With the North factory, everyone has a good one, a place to stay. However, there is no need to worry about this. How can the injured place take a rest for half a year to recover? During this time, the miners in the Beijing camp will dig out the military expenses required by the North factory. If they can't do it, they will chop their heads. Anyway, there won't be any in the future. Jinying is the name. Zileolius stinky tofu and Zilosi fermented bean curd, as well as Yukianu Shabao, who likes smoking, drinking, and scalping his hair, would not have thought that the Beijing camp that was used to defend the capital would one day counterattack and attempt to conquer the imperial capital. With looting, even want to change the dynasty. How is the battle? Huang Degong came to Chongmen to inspect the position with the flying cannonballs and arrows. The sky was already full of wolves. The sound of shouting and killing resounded across the sky, and countless oil lamp torches illuminated the place like dusk. Looking around, the rebel soldiers crowded in the city are like ant colonies and chaotic, but dozens of engineering ladders are standing upright, and you can see hundreds of soldiers climbing up without stopping. There is no need to ask more about the igniting light from a distance. Combined with the sound it makes, it can be judged that it is the firecracker of the rebels. It is very likely that the rebellious Xinjiang is openly firing at the city. The main town. Lieutenant Zhang Yilong was supervising the battle with the sword that had been stained red by the blood of the rebel soldiers. He was taken aback when he saw Huang Degong coming, and then he hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted him. I will ask you how the battle is going. Answer it truthfully. Huang Degong is not patrolling by himself this time. There is Fang Xing around him, so he can't preconceive his opinions to avoid being misunderstood by him, and it would be bad to pass to Sheng Kong. Zhang Yilong also suddenly saw that the general army was accompanied by the Dongche Admiral Fang Xinghua, and immediately understood that this was a relative sent by the prince, and respectfully replied, "The general town, the governor, and the rebels have launched 4 offensives, all of which had been attacked. To retreat, it was only due to its large number of people. It attacked the city in the area of Chongmen and the turret in turn. The troops already had fewer troops and needed to defend the entire inner city's southern wall. In the end, he would not dare to deploy troops to assist in the defense, so it is inevitable here. Some are stretched out. The soldiers are now suffering heavy casualties, and the more female walls in the city have been destroyed by gunshots, making it more difficult for the soldiers to guard against. Before Huang Degong went to the city to give instructions, it was already tight. If it hadn't been for the fighting power of the 5 army camps, the city would have been occupied by them, occupying 7 or 8 times the strength of the army, with dozens of artillery to assist in the battle. It can still achieve this virtue, that is, the Beijing camp can do it, and it is unmatched. However, their efforts have not been in vain. The city defense forces have been consumed more than half, and if there are 2 or 3 onslaughts regardless of casualties, they should be able to get what they wanted. Seeing that almost all the soldiers at the head of the city were wounded and still fighting in blood, Huang Degong said solemnly, "I will replenish you with 300 elite soldiers first. Be sure to hold the important land here. If you fall, you are the only one who asks." Then he encouraged the surrounding soldiers. His Royal Highness has ordered Sun Shibao to command the Qin soldiers to surround the rebels from outside the city, encircle and wipe out. Hearing that reinforcements are approaching, and the addition of 300 new troops, the already exhausted soldiers on the front of the city are excited again, and if they have hope, they can continue to persevere. Huang Degong saw that the female wall had a huge gap, and the rebel soldiers could go to the city from the extra gap, and he ordered Zhang Yilong, "I will bring 500 sacks and 100 wooden boards. The sacks will be put into the gap in the female wall on the sand pile, supplemented by wooden boards. Resist a burst of enemy attacks, and it will be shipped there in the future, so you can use it. In addition, there are 200 bird blunders and 3,000 arrows, all for your deployment. The battle situation in the southeast of the inner city is treacherous. If you don't add some more, you may be lost." Huang Degong originally wanted to give only half, but seeing that the situation here is too severe, he simply allocated all the military supplies to his subordinates. Finally, "I would like to thank the general town for assistance." Zhang Yilong was very pleased with the addition of troops and weapons. If his boss did not come again, he would draw troops from the supervising army unit Huang Yumin. In that case, the city defense force west of Zhengyangmen would be greatly weakened. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of cannon from the direction of Zhuanyumen in the west, which shocked everyone present. Not good. Zhang Yilong instinctively reacted. It must be that the rebels saw that the gap could not be opened here at Chongmen, and thought of breaking through from Zhuanyumen, where the defensive force is not as strong as that for Chongmen. Huang Degong was not in danger, and calmly said, "You don't need to control over there. I would first go over to supervise the battle, and I will send someone to guard it. You can take care of this place. If there is any loss, I will raise your head to see you." Immediately, he mounted the horse with Fang Zhenghua, and rushed westward with dozens of soldiers. Just as Zhang Yilong was worried, the generals of the Jinying camp saw that there was no progress on the Chongmen side, so they started Zhuanyumen's idea. Han Rui's troops continued to attack Chongmen. Ding Jian led his troops to attack Zhuanyumen, fighting for a place that could be captured before dawn, and then attack the imperial city. But there was no way to sneak attack here, because the Chongmen had already been fighting. So the officers and soldiers of the Yonghua battalion west of Zhuanyumen to the turret immediately stood on alert and were extremely vigilant, for fear of being assassinated by the rebels. Brothers from Yongwing, listen, your family members live in the outer city. Don't give your life to the little prince. Just open the city gate and there are 50 million tals of silver in the imperial city. I will definitely be able to enjoy the glory and wealth. Ding Jian, deputy general of the 5th Army camp, saw that the city was heavily guarded, and the sneak attack was really rare. He simply set up his position in the outer city, and sent people to persuade surrender with soft words, hoping to encounter a few guerrillas and generals who were greedy for life and fear of death. This would be twice the result with half the effort. Up. You wrong. What shall I do? Let the arrows go? President Qian didn't know what to do, so he had to ask the guerrilla general for instructions. Why are you shooting arrows? Since these turtles and grandchildren want to say something, let's accompany them. This group of silly birds, happy. Guerrilla Golis grin on his face made it clear that he was going to delay the time, so that he could delay the opponent's siege, reduce casualties, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Chief Thousand Su Chen immediately understood the boss' thoughts, and the 2 of them hid behind the female wall and snickered, and had to hold back, for fear of being heard by the rebels under the city. Brothers in Jinying, listen. Wei Rong said that opening the city gate is fine, but you have to give us the right words first. How much money can you give us in the imperial city? There was silence on the other side, and it seemed that the situation had not developed according to the script they had planned. But the price soon came. Brothers from Yongwing who are on the opposite side, listen carefully. We, Chief Ding Vice General, said that we will give you 5 million tals of silver, each of whom can get at least 5,000 tals of silver. You can go home and buy a house and then buy it. There are a few thin horses in Yangtze that are like flowers and jade. Wait, let's discuss it. Hurry up, we have no patience. Okay. After a quarter of the incense stick time, I replied here. The brothers from the Jinying camp on the other side listen. We wrong agreed, but it's about 5 million tals of silver, so you won't regret it later and you will have to write in black and white. Sign and press your fingerprints. Ding Jianzhao signed and complied with the handwriting. Naturally, the handprint was pressed by someone else. Afterwards, he could not admit it. When he broke into the inner city, he would chop off the 2 guys who dared to make conditions with him. When the note was shot on the top of the city with an arrow, Jinying couldn't wait from below. Is this all right? Open the city gate. No, this handprint is not yours. Ding Zong Grong. Chapter 146. Critical Moment. Special thanks to the Huixia Federation Emperor Trumpet classmates for their rewards, as well as the monthly tickets voted by the book friends 16033110211875804621219749 inches and the Graphic Storm classmates. The palace thought this book could not get a monthly pass. I was really flattered. I hope you don't stop their sexy moves. Thank you all for the recommendation votes. This book is the 126th place from the bottom. If it doesn't reach the bottom 100, it's a great success. Ding Jian didn't expect this evidence to be seen through by the other party. Was someone really able to distinguish his handprint? Or the other party was hitting it right? This really surprised him. Listen to Chief Ding on the other side. If you are not sincere, then stop talking. Let others read the jokes, but use others to forge the writings. It's really laughable. Even 5 million tals of silver can't bear it. How about turning around and heading south to Yangtze, where the merchants have enough money to play thin horses by the way? Why not do it? Isn't Ding Jiangxi Rong lieutenant? How did you get promoted to Chief Rong? Who will give him? Promoted? Promote yourself? Go Li and Su Chen are determined not to believe that Ding Jian can really come up with autographs to perfuse them. Even if it is perfunctory, he must have to find someone to ghostwrite. If that is the case, it is better to plan. Maybe there will be surprises. As a result, they really got it right. This credential is really a fake. If this is the case, then continue to play with their group of stupid birds to see who can't hold back first. Anyway, time is beneficial to oneself. The longer the drag on the ground, the smaller the casualties, and the greater the hope that King Qin's division will encircle the rebels. Under the command of the guerrilla general Go Li, the messenger pulled his neck down and shouted. Thousands of people in the city heard it very truthfully. They didn't care. They just did what they were allowed to do. But the clever Ding Jian was ridiculed. Brothers from the Yongwing camp misunderstood. This letter was indeed from our general army. Otherwise, our Beijing camp would not end the war with the soldiers. We must not hurt our family. As long as we occupy the imperial city, we don't have the final say about the silver. We always know that Yongwing's hard work is high and we will never treat the brothers of Yongwing. As long as it is convenient, we will give 5 million tals of silver with both hands. Xirong is still a respectful name. Brothers don't have to worry about it. The 5 barracks are now trying to paralyze the opponent. As long as the conditions on the city are not too excessive, they can all be accepted. And they can be denied after entering the city. The ground is good, but it still can't prove the authenticity. If you really go on a business trip and you don't admit it afterwards, where shall we go? We can't beat you again, unless you have Ding Zongrong write about it in the city. It's safe to see clearly and clearly. Go Li now insisted that the handwriting was false, and if the other party didn't do what he said, it would be a ghost in his heart. The city hesitated for a while, apparently discussing how to respond. If the answer is not satisfied, Yongwing still won't buy it. This scene is novel. The east side is full of heat, but the west side is very quiet, forming an exceptionally sharp contrast. When the other party was too late to be fooled, the soldiers of the 5th Army Camp changed into another tone. Brothers from the Camp Yongwei, we are now in control of the outer city. There is your family in it. If you take all your father, mother, wife and children, if you catch it, there will be death but no life. If you are stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless. If it is soft, then it will be hard. Using hostages to open the way should be more deterrent than silver. Silver is a far-reaching thing. Hostages can live everywhere in the outer city, and they can be caught. If you really do this, the soldiers of the Yongwei camp who settled in the capital will be devastated. Go Li and Sujin's homes are also in the outer city. At this time, they are worried, but they can't accept it. Otherwise, they will be deceived. The other party squeezed. Brothers from Jinying, listen. There are also family members of your generals who live in the inner city. If you want to go your own way, we will arrest them and confront them. You kill one, and we kill two. The lives of the Sanrong and Yurong families are much more valuable than those of us. It is a shame to be hacked to death, right? In a hurry, Go Li used his own way to treat his body, and he was more fierce. The Yongwing were not afraid of those stupid Beijing camps. If the two sides really arrested the other relatives, Yongwing would definitely be better than Cheng. The foreign counterparts are even more swift. Most of the people living in the inner city are either rich or expensive. Many of the families of the generals in the Beijing camp have lived here for a long time. Even if they can lay down the bad lives of their relatives as soldiers, those officials who are in their turn will also throw rats. Yes, we're just kidding, don't get me wrong. How can I do such a thing that is not as good as catching the beast? Brothers' parents are my parents, and they should be taken care of. This threat did not work, and the 5th Army Camp had to find a step for itself. At least the generals hadn't recognized the 6 relatives, let alone use their parents and children to pave their way. Chief Thousand Su Chen sneered behind the female wall, and softly underestimated HMPH. According to what they said, the wife you are waiting for is still the wife of mine, so you should take good care of her. The soldiers around were snickering when they heard the words. According to the care method that Mr. Kian said, I am afraid that after half a year, the belly of the woman under care will be bigger. This method is really good and very comfortable. Brothers of the Yongwing camp, if you don't agree to open the door, we will attack the city. By then, the city will be washed in blood. Wouldn't it make the loved ones hurt the enemies? After grinding for a long time, there was no effect at all. Ding Jian and other generals of the 5th Army Camp gradually lost patience. If the running dogs of the Yongwei camp were unable to enter, they could only launch a strong attack. Yeah, so let your dinks say wrong. Oh no, it's Chief Wrong. Hurry up and write a handwritten note personally, lest you die and lose your lives in vain, and you won't get any money in the end. In the case of few enemies, Go Li adopted the tactics of tactics and continued to accompany them cheerfully. If the opponent dared to come hard, then his brothers would not be easy to provoke. Let Shenjing open fire. The other party had no intention to surrender, and Ding Jian immediately issued the siege order. He mobilized 93 fire guns of various types to provide fire support. When the two sides talked about the collapse, the Shenji battalion was already ready, and only waited for an order to fire fiercely on the defenders of the city. Boom! The originally dimly lit outer city suddenly appeared in bursts of fire. That is, the firecrackers of the Shenjing began to bombard the inner city. Even though the initial test was poor, there were still 41 shells hitting the city wall. Throughout, Ding Jian learned from Han Rui's experience and lessons from Chongmen. Before the Shenji battalion caused serious damage to the defenders at the head of the city, he would not let the pawns of the 5th Army Battalion launch a charge. After the self-righteous Yongwei Battalion suffered heavy casualties, their 5 army camps can take advantage of the momentum to take down the Xuanyuman area. God's rebellion. Quickly fight back to the general. The cannonballs on the opposite side smashed their heads and covered their faces. The defenders at the front of the city were killed and wounded more than 10 people. Goli couldn't help being annoyed when he saw this. The walls were not without firecrackers. They must not allow the rebellious group of Beijing camp to wreak havoc nearby. Although Ding Jian observed more carefully just now, he noticed that the firecrackers of the defenders at the head of the city were mainly large and small Franco machines. Although these two types of firecrackers were loaded quickly, their range was far less than that of the Hongyai cannon, so he let his men hide far away, so as not to be injured by the artillery fire at the head of the city. However, the distance they retreated was not enough to ensure their own safety. Many soldiers were still killed alive by the shells returned by the city head. In desperation, they had to hide in the Minju courtyard to avoid their sharp edges. However, the gunners at the head of the city fired indiscriminately. As long as they were within the range of their own firecrackers, no matter any buildings or landmarks, they could be shelled. Unlike the Chongmen in the east, the Xiuanyumen in the west started with fierce artillery battles one after another. The Xinjing Yard used the house as a cover to launch shelling attacks, while the Yonghuai battalion relied on the city wall to fight back. Although Xinjing's artillery fires slower, the projectiles are heavier and more powerful. If you hit the city wall, you can dig a pit. If you hit the female wall, you can destroy the wall and the soldiers hiding behind. The Yonghuai battalion is dominated by large and small Franco machines, and its range is not as good as the heavy siege guns equipped by the Xinji battalion. However, the advantage is that the reloading speed is super fast, and the firing speed can reach 2 or 3 times that of the enemy. It didn't take long before the fire was everywhere, and the explosions continued. "My lord, is it almost done? Let the brothers go up, right?" The two sides are endlessly confronting each other. The unfortunate thing is that they can only watch the lively 5 army camps. When a shell falls in the yard where they are hiding, it will kill and injure a bunch of people. The Senator Meng Shan couldn't stand it anymore and had to say something. "Yeah, go. I will tell you that the one who takes the lead in occupying the tower will reward you with 1,000 liang of silver. Over time, there will inevitably be ramifications, and Ding Jian also thinks that he can play, but Qian Liang is not enough to stimulate his subordinates, so he directly increases the reward limit, and when he reaches the 1 liang level, he is afraid that no brave man will appear." Ru Lingbing immediately shouted the amount of reward from the people, and everyone was eager to try it. If this kind of good thing falls on their own heads, they will sit back and relax for the rest of their life, and they can live in a big house and play Yangzhou Slim Horse. "Brothers, come on." Under the general urging, the soldiers carried the ladder, carried the sword and shield, and gathered from the courtyards like a colony of ants that divided and attacked. They ran fast against the projectiles, and launched a sprint action with the city wall as the target. Fire! The soldiers of the Yonghuai battalion who have finished loading the bird claws at the head of the city do not need to aim at a specific target. They only need to aim their guns at the surging black torrent to hit one of the unlucky ones. In the case of crowds in the outer city, as long as you run within 50 meters, the hit rate of 100 shots at the head of the city is extremely high. Although it will not be killed by a single shot, it can also weaken the enemy's offensive to a certain extent. However, they only shot twice, and they had already rushed to the root of the city, and began to set up the ladder in an orderly manner, officially preparing to start to seize the city head, so that they could break into the imperial city as soon as possible to divide the money. Goli saw that the female wall was bombarded by the ensuing artillery shells with a gap of about half a foot wide, and hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, "Hurry up and block the gap with the bricks and stones." Without the protection of the female wall at the head of the city, it would be a bold platform. Even if the capital city wall is very wide and there is enough space for the defenders, it will still face the rush of the rebels. Compared with the powerful destructive power of the heavy firecrackers, although the female wall is very thin, It is also a good barrier, allowing the soldiers to hide behind to shoot and kill the siege enemy, so it is indispensable when it is not very time. The main tasks of the city defense soldiers are two. One is to kill and wound the invading enemy, and the other is to constantly fill the loopholes that appear in the city. The more timely the patch, the lower the possibility of danger. You wrong. Wood is not enough. Golide Bao, who was directing the battle, turned his head and saw that the rolling logs had been thrown to the point that there was not much left, and the huge gap was still standing, and rebelliousness could rush up from here at any time and then attack the city. For Ben, I will put up tables, chairs, benches and all things made of wood to close the gap. If it is still not enough, I will use discarded firecrackers. In short, as long as it can be blocked, anything can be blocked. In a hurry, Goli couldn't take care of a lot. At this moment, if a few chests of silver can stop the rebellious offensive under the city, it can also be blocked. Jibba was already few people. If rebellious groups were allowed to climb to the top of the city, the hope of defending the Xuanyuan area would become very slim. As the first and second horse faces west of Xuanyuan were completely destroyed by the artillery fire of Shenjing, the defensive power near the city gate, especially the lateral firing ability, was severely weakened, and the firepower output dropped by a large margin. You wrong. The thieves are coming up. Before the Brave Guards battalion soldiers moved the debris to block the gap, the forwards of the 5th Army camp had already boarded the city head and were fighting with the defenders. As the enemy was too few, more and more rebels climbed the city, and the Brave Guards were gradually unable to support them. They had to fight and retreat, and the situation reached the most critical moment. Goli, holding a waste knife, waved his arms when he saw it, and shouted at the guards around him, "I have no spoils for the man who defends the camp. It is here to kill the enemy and serve the country, and the good man will sacrifice his life with the general." Under the leadership of the guerrilla general, more than a dozen soldiers in the surrounding area were also greatly encouraged. Everyone was in the same hatred and blood, and ran 2 steps quickly, desperately killing the thieves who were 3 or 4 times their own. The two sides launched an extremely cruel hand-to-hand battle. Goli only used 2 moves to machete a murderous thief to the ground, and slashed it to death. At the same time, the guard who was responsible for protecting the direction behind the guerrillas could not dodge, and was severely stabbed by the enemy. His movements slowed down and he was stabbed in the abdomen, killing him on the spot. Almost every second there were 2 or 3 thieves ascending to the city, but after a while, no less than 100 people gathered on the city, which was far beyond the defense of the defenders. When Goli beheaded the 2 enemies again, there were only 4 or 5 soldiers around him, and there were fewer than 10 soldiers around him, and the collapse of the city was almost inevitable. "Yeah, isn't this go wrong? I didn't expect you to have the present too." One of the Jinying soldiers seemed to recognize the identity of the opposing general. Because of the large number of people on his side, he even began to ridicule. His ugly face was very hateful. "You are openly rebelling. Are you not afraid of thunder and lightning?" Goli clenched the bloody waste knife, pointed at the one who spoke sternly and sighed at the same time that he was going to die on the battlefield tonight, but he was still loyal to the sage. "As long as the money falls, Guantniang will thunder and strike." Obviously, the other party only admits money but not fate. Occupying the city can divide up 10,000 tals of silver. When they enter the imperial city, they can get another share. "I want to be beautiful. Huang Degong is here. Who dares to be presumptuous?" The 2 sides were confronting each other when they heard a loud shout, and the soldiers of the 5 army battalions were shocked. Huang Degong took his personal guards to the top of the city, and suddenly began to attack the rebels who were careless with the more than 100 reinforcements sent by Song Ji, the deputy in charge of the west of the city. Chapter 147 Reunion. More than 100 rebels on the top of the city surrounded Goli and the others. and beheading them was just a slobber of work. They thought they had a chance to win, and they were thinking about the 10,000 tals of silver in their minds. Mind has already flown to the woman, but the appearance of 2 reinforcements directly shattered their dreams. Instead, they were killed by surprise. Especially a group of brave guards who rushed from the direction of Xuanyuan Gate Tower were like tigers descending the mountain, and they were cut down in a flash. A rebel. Huang Degong's sky-shaking roar almost made everyone in the 5th barracks shudder. He unconsciously squeezed the blade in his hand for fear of losing his life. After all, the commander's reputation was too great. As a veteran of the Beijing camp for many years, you may not have heard of Luke Xiangxing, Sun Quanting, Hong Chengqiu, etc. But Huang Degong's name is very resounding. It can be regarded as no one in the Beijing camp knows it. The opponents are strictly managed and more to the enemy is merciless, leading the Yonghui camp to the south to suppress the bandits to a great victory. After returning triumphantly, he was named the Prince and promoted to the General Army. For such a holy family, the Jinying gang can only envy them. Hate, curse this guy privately not to die. Really. Yes. The head of the one who always saw the master suddenly began to knot his tongue, stammered at the other person and threw at him murderously. His mind began to trance, and his resistance became very slow, and one was inattentive. He was cut in the neck by Huang Degong. The generals led the team to kill the enemy, and the guards were even more motivated. They began to rush to kill one by one. The reinforcements entered the flock like tigers, beheading more than 20 people, and quickly slew the rebels back again and again. The 5-army camp, which just occupied the city's head and tens of meters wide, did not expect that the other side had a large number of reinforcements. It was immediately caught in a dilemma. It was left to challenge, but there was no guarantee of victory. It chose to retreat but did not retreat. Facing the more brave defenders in the Vietnam War can only be struggling to cope. Go up to the superintendent. Your Highness has an order. You can get 10 tals of silver if you kill a traitor. Fang Zhenghua stepped on the corpse of a rebel who had been hacked to death by himself, and wiped the dirty blood on the treasure knife with his hand, and then shouted to the surrounding defenders. This was also what the prince wanted him to convey. You can get 100 tals of silver if you kill a braid. After all, people's fighting power lies there. This errand is a cost of life for money. But for the 5 scum of Jinying, I'm sorry, each of them is worth 12, and it can't be more. Seeing that Dongqing Dugong was also taking the lead, and was very brave, he had already cut down 4 thieves one after another. This move made Huang Degong, who had always thought that the new Dongqing chief was a vassal of the prince, impressed with admiration. As the governor of the East Factory, Fang Zhenghua is surrounded by about 50 guards. Except for a few masters, most of the martial arts of his subordinates are not so powerful. They can win in the loyal servants of the master. If there is death, don't dare not obeyed. The feudal vassals that can be favored by the new governor are all guys who have forgotten their lives. They are even more comfortable with the hand-to-hand combat, especially when the governor has already rushed to the front. How can all his subordinates dare to fall behind the master? Hey, don't push. Nowhere. What? After being frustrated in the east, the rebels in Chengdu still didn't want to leave, hoping to expand westward, but found that they still couldn't beat the reinforcements sent by the deputy Songji. Among the 3 armed groups in Chengdu, their combat effectiveness was bottom. After the westward attack failed, he had to rush east again, but the enemy in the east was stronger, and a dozen more were hacked to death. The remaining rebels had to huddle together and hoped that they could increase their troops quickly under the city. But they were all stuck in the area where there was no female wall, which happened to be the area where the 5th Army camp was ascending to the city. As soon as half of the head of the soldier climbing the ladder was exposed, he saw his own pair of stinky feet. It was really unlucky. The Yonghui camp began a two-way attack, constantly squeezing the enemy's living space. The outermost rebel soldiers were forced to the wall. Although they yelled at their companions to stop retreating, Their lives are now worrying. Who cares about him? Was directly pushed down. Everyone is desperate for money, and if their lives are almost gone, the soldiers of the 5th Army Camp will definitely not have the determination to fight to death. If you can save your life, then it's best not to fight. If you really can't fight, we can still run. It's not that easy to run. The prerequisite for running is to turn around. But as long as you face the red-eyed brave camp, you will inevitably get a knife and you will not be hacked to death by the opponent before you can jump from the head of the city. Ah, it hurts, my lord. Come here and help him. The guy who barely succeeded in jumping into the city was also smashed to the foot. Unfortunately, he broke his leg bones. Without the help of his companions, these self-harming wounds could not even go back to safety. They had to be removed from the city for a while. The kerosene splashed on it is a great initiation. Seeing that hundreds of defenders had gathered at the top of the city, his side was killed to the point of jumping into the city. The guys who were planning to go to the city saw that the situation was not good, and some simply lay on the ladder and did not move. Don't scream. You can do it. You can go. Since you can't beat it, you'll have to be hacked to death when you go up. It's better to just pretend to be counseled, as long as you can survive. Whoever goes up 8 this time is really stupid. As a result, the guys behind are the top ones. One blocked the way. After such a human accident, Ding Jian's siege operations quickly fell into a state of stagnation. For the soldiers of the 5th Army Camp, daring to fight was only a whim, and fear of life and death was their normal state. I'm already in the city. Who made you jump down? Give them all up, otherwise, I'll slash you out. Qianzong, who was supervising the battle under the city, saw his soldiers jump down one after another, as if he was desperate. He couldn't help but immediately became angry. Master, please be forgive. Huang Kuang-Tsai killed us 30 brothers in a whirlwind, so fierce. I really can't stand it. Huang Kuang-Tsai is the nickname given to Huang Degong by the Jinying gang. He describes him as desperate for fighting. When he meets these life-saving guys, people who are not afraid of death are of course terrifying, like killing gods. The soldiers who jumped from the city wanted to calm the officer's anger, and naturally added fuel to the heroic deeds. Some said that he killed 30 people, 40 people, and more than 50 versions. In short, everyone has never played together. The Huang Kuang-Tsai opposite. President Qian just wanted to swing a knife to slash the deserted soldier in front of him, but he could hear Huang Kuang-Tsai right there, and he couldn't help but stop his arm movements. He is also afraid of Huang Kuang-Tsai. What if the guerrillas let himself go up if he fails to attack for a long time? Then you can't be split in half by Huang Kuang-Tsai. In order to save your life, you have to think of a countermeasure in advance. Admiral Fang is really courageous. There are no fewer than 5 thieves in Shikai's hand, and the level of bravery is not inferior to his own. Huang Degong can't help but praise him well. It turns out that there is such a fierce and fearless person among the servants. Haha, President Huang has passed the award. Although our family has no talent for slaying tigers and driving leopards, it is not in vain. Your Royal Highness has a cloud brave wins when we meet on a narrow road. Fang Zhenghua was ordered to come to check the battle situation. He would not ignore the situation at the front of the city and would definitely draw his sword to help when it was time to make a move. If you meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Your Highness Ming, this is the most reasonable saying and will always alert us. Huang Degong murmured again after hearing the words, and he felt so with a little taste. The reason is simple and easy to understand. If there is no courage, facing the enemy of greed, he will not win. Well, our family has already seen it, so we will report to His Highness truthfully, and hope that Zongrong will stick to the inner city. With Huang Degong personally supervising the formation, Fang Zhenghua is relatively relieved, but must increase troops in time, otherwise it will be difficult to clean up the mess if there is a dangerous situation again. Please rest assured, the Admiral, As long as Huang is still it will be insurmountable for the thieves. I also hope that the admiral will report to His Royal Highness. Huang Degong and the soldiers in his headquarters will definitely sacrifice their lives for righteousness and serve the country faithfully. Whether they are still panting or those who have died on the ground, they are all cultivated by Huang Degong. Now that so many brothers have been broken in vain, he will not be reconciled without repelling the enemy and breaking them into pieces. The Jinying gang dared to launch a rebellion. They were rebellious over there, and forged a bloody feud with themselves. The brothers of Yongwing did not die in the hands of the robbers and even the eastern captives, but were tragically attacked by the Beijing camp. This made Huang Degong extremely heartbroken and outraged. That's good. His Royal Highness also instructed General Rong to dismantle and requisition the board and other materials of the inner city Minju. His Royal Highness will compensate the people at the price afterwards. The General Rong will do everything possible to hold on to the city wall. Your Royal Highness has an order, and the enemy in the city will return. The battalion of the Brave Guards won. The enemy outside the city does not need to conquer, and the rewards will be given out after the enemy retreats. Door panels and cloth bags are very useful. If the female wall is destroyed by cannonballs, it will be difficult to continue the defense without cover. The things expropriated by the Min's High are very common, but they also have defensive effects. At least the thieves who climbed into the city suddenly saw a row of door panels and sandbags, and they were very awkward. Whether the defenders hid behind and put arrows or firecrackers, there was an extra defensive barrier in front of them. The prince stipulated the division of labor between the inside and outside, because he was afraid that the various ministries might cause conflicts due to the looting of the spoils. Before Hong Chengche's army arrived in Beijing, the enemies outside the city belonged to Sun Quanting's kin soldiers, and the guys in the city could be handled by Huang Degong. Not to mention that a thief is worth 10 tals of silver, even if the price is 1 tal. The total price is as much as tens of thousands of tals, which may also cause considerable conflicts between friendly forces. Early division of their respective defense zones is also for everyone's sake. His Royal Highness is wise. This policy is very good. The prince thought very well, eliminating Huang Degong's worries. He was also worried that the forcible conquest of Minwu would cause the prince to be uneasy. This time, he was completely stable and he could control the army and defend the enemy without any distractions. After Fang Zhenghua was sent away, and the rebels' attack on the city was gradually weakening, Huang Degong began to inspect the city defense situation in Xuanyumen area. The subordinates are incompetent and insult the general army. The blood-stained guerrilla Go Li knelt on one knee with the tip of his knife drooping, and came to plead with him, his voice choked with sobbing. There were originally 200 defenders here, but after a bloody battle, the remaining troops were less than 50. And all of them were wounded. Go Li wanted to repel the enemy by relying on his own forces, but he never thought that the opponent would not hesitate to do so, and soon achieved his ascent to the city. If the general soldier had not led the counterattack personally, Xuanyumen would have been lost. Then he would be Daming's sinner. Huang Degong didn't buy it. He sat on a ruin and hummed, "My brave guardsman has always regarded death as home. Today, you have never retreated but weep like a woman. If your Royal Highness knows what will happen, decent, instead of crying, it's better to kill a few more thieves, and Mo Wangban will take you to the battle." Although many of his subordinates were killed in the war, some of them were soldiers around him. Huang Degong had seen too many sorrows and joys in his life, and this was commonplace. It is extremely difficult to see openly weeping things, and there was only a little sadness and pain in his heart. Seeing the indifference of the people, he was full of encouragement. Admiral Shikfang has relayed the words of His Royal Highness, that the brave will win when we meet on a narrow road. My brave camp is the head of the brave character. If there is no brave character, how can I protect the emperor? The last person will not abandon the knife and beg to be the thief who is greedy for life and fear of death. How do you feel? The armor was chopped and turned out, and Su Chen, who had more than a dozen wounds on his body, took the lead and raised his knife and shouted the first 4 words, "Meet the narrow road." The soldiers all around felt empathetic, swept away the previous slumping and exhausted, and then all shouted in unison, "The brave wins!" To avenge the dead brother. That's right. The group of jinnying smashed to death. Come on, Grandpa. I'm waiting for the turtle grandson to come up. After being motivated by Huang Degong, thinking of the brothers who died in battle and even fellow villagers, the guards at the head of the city would arouse their fighting spirit. The Beijing camp killed so many of them. If you can't do this, it's over. When it comes to fighting with their lives, they will be brave. The camp hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. As long as the people in the Beijing camp dare to go to the city, they will be told to come and go, leaving their heads at most, and kicking their bodies under the roots of the city, so that you know what a headless corpse is. Anyone who dares to come up must be flexible. Become this stuff. Although the head of the city was stabilized at the moment, the female wall was knocked down a few meters wide, and 3 horse faces were destroyed. The enemy may launch another frantic attack at any time. Huang Degong drew 100 from Lin Bogo, the deputy defending the northern wall. People come to support Go Li here. The soldiers and horses of the imperial city should not be moved lightly, so as not to worry the prince and the queen very much. First, wait for the more than 1,000 chariots and soldiers from Lujiud outside the city to enter the city, and the available forces in their hands will be greatly increased. For the present plan, a large number of door panels and sandbags have to be piled up on the top of the city to compensate for the huge hidden dangers caused by the absence of the female wall. Although this item is made up temporarily, it is better than nothing. Taking advantage of the weak offensive of the Beijing camp, Xuan Yuman began to build up civil engineering just next to the city wall. Door panels were torn down from door to door. Anyway, waiting for the rebels to enter the city. For ordinary people, is there any door panel? The end of the game is the same. Hee. It's pretty thick. Huang Degong is satisfied with the quality of the removed door panels. Although this thing is a bit cumbersome, it can be used as a layer of armor anyway. If it is thinner, stack the 2 pieces and tie them with a rope. His Royal Highness has an order. Each household will subsidize 10 taels of silver for the materials requisitioned by the soldiers, and they will be distributed after the rebellion. There are Dongqing vassal princes knocking gongs along the street to advertise, and everyone is not so resistant, and the resistance has no practical effect. It is really boring to offend the army master during the war. Chapter 148, Individual Cannon. Nani? The group of 25 boys who were eating inside and out almost broke into the inner city. Wouldn't the small chairs in this palace be unsafe? Yoji listened to Fang Zhenghua's statement, and couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that the Yonghui battalion was still under strength. If Huang Degong, who supervised the battle at the head of the city, had a mistake, it would be equivalent to losing 2 generals overnight. For the money in the imperial city, the group of jinnying who ate the chopsticks also gave their lives. Even his oriental failure was splashed with blood, and both sides had to pop until dawn. Now that the group of chrysalis in jinnying suffers from various diseases such as greed, cruelty, cold-bloodedness, etc., facing such a sickly patient, Yoji feels it is necessary to perform amputation below the eyebrows on them. First, let's have an immediate effect. Heart-brain double communication diagnosis and treatment method. Give the rebels of jinnying a delicious dynamite bag. This level of enjoyment is comparable to the authentic donkey bag that the girls have bought for a long time. First of all, we must build the famous unconscious cannon. This weapon is really suitable to deal with those unconscious people outside the city. Yoji wanted to postpone the research and development time, but people are already coming to the city. If Sun Quanting's kin soldiers act slowly, or if the group of gangs in the Beijing camp is really as vigorous as chicken blood, they will have to prepare early. Once the inner city is breached, the imperial city is their next goal. Lost the protection of the inner city, the imperial city will be precarious, But Yoji is afraid that the rebels will transport the cannon to Jingshan and give himself a good fortune. The disaster of blood and light. Furthermore, right now is also a rare opportunity for real military exercises. In the face of so many moving targets, we must also test the true lethality of the Ming version of the unconscionable artillery and make adjustments based on actual combat experience. This thing can't wait for the braids to enter the battlefield before they enter the battlefield. If there is any problem, it can kill the artillery, and the pension caused by a large number of casualties cannot be afforded by Yoji. For the first actual combat, it is better to choose the city defense mode, so that the artillery can get effective cover. As long as you are not playing straight up and down, you should not taste the bags thrown by your own cannons. Moreover, the range of the conscientious artillery is very close. In a field battle, the artillery can reload it again, and the opposite side is about to rush to a short distance. So it is safer to hide behind the city wall and fire the artillery secretly. The trajectory of artillery in this era is relatively straight and the ability to fire is not strong, so the Quasar G caliber mortar of the conscientious gun is very suitable for sneak attack on the enemy's siege troops. Theoretically speaking, as long as the explosive package can be thrown through the city wall, it will definitely blow up people when it falls to the other side. In fact, it can be thrown directly from the top of the city, but there is no way to test the performance of the artillery, especially it is the ratio of range to projectile. After entering the dynasty, within half an hour, the craftsmen of the war battle were transferred, mainly blacksmiths and carpenters. 2 carts of iron and wood were brought in, and then 500 catties of gunpowder were transported from the Anmin factory. All materials should be assembled in front of the Wenhua Hall and proceed immediately. The East Factory and Jinyi can be adjusted as much as possible, and all craftsmen living in the inner city should find them. Gunpowder is transported in 5 carts, and the distance between the carts is open to avoid ignition chain exposure happened afterwards. The soldiers are so fast that they are about to burn their eyebrows, and they can no longer enjoy the lumpiness caused by the lazy cancer attack. The conscience artillery must be developed as soon as possible, and it must be tested on the battlefield. Over time, whether Huang Degong can withstand it will be a problem. Let's be able to repel the group of fragments. If there are too many casualties in the brave battalion, it will be a serious loss. The imperial troops can be regarded as the real family members. 1. If this was crippled during the merging with the Beijing campfire, it would take 3 or 4 years to recover. I am afraid it would be more than that. The slave and maid will do it now. Yang Jinkao didn't dare to neglect at all, because the prince's command was very fast. This is the most obvious sign. For all urgent matters, the prince will naturally speed up his speech. Yang Jinkao knows this well, and listens to the little master's speaking speed. It can be judged whether the order is urgent or not, and the time limit has been added this time. If you don't want to make the prince angry, you must complete it within the specified time. Zhenghua, quickly send effective manpower to protect the Anmin factory. Don't let the unruly person detonate the gunpowder inside. If there is too much, pull it to the top of the city for the use of the Yongwei camp. A big explosion occurred at the Wangong factory in May of the 6th year of Danqi, and a big explosion occurred at the Anmin factory in June last year after the relocation. Anmin factory is located in the north of Xizimen Street, in the same area between Tishizixiang and Huapichenghu. Although it is farther from the Forbidden City than Wangong Factory, the loss is not small. It is said that at the time of the explosion, the sky was thundering, the dust was flying, the roof tiles were shattered, the northwest corner of the city. The white clouds were gloomy, and the sky was filled. And the eunuch of the factory Wang Fu director and bureau officer Zhang Zixiu director were both on the spot. Died. Therefore, Yoji could not allow this kind of thing to happen again during the extraordinary period, and once the Anmin factory exploded, the gunpowder supply for the defenders would become a problem. The armor factory in Dongqing district specializes in the manufacture of armor, bows, and fire guns. Unlike the Anmin factory, the gunpowder in the armor factory is only a sideline, and the reserves are not large. Huang Degong and Zhu Ji ordered the sergeants to carry out the weapons and gunpowder inside. There was nothing left in the factory, and the degree of danger was greatly reduced. Yes, the imperial city is temporarily protected by the inner factory, and most of the viable force in the east factory has been dispatched to various key locations by Fang Zhenghua. On the one hand, it is necessary to ensure the transportation safety of military supplies, and on the other hand, it is necessary to monitor the condition of the main road sections of the inner city. Yoji took advantage of this time to draw out the unconscionable drawings. At least the craftsman had to look at the drawings to understand how to build. Although the structure of this weapon is not complicated, if any part of it is made wrong, it has to be reworked, which is more time-consuming. First, draw 3 large, medium and small sizes, 80 by 30, 100 by 40, and 120 by 50. The number in the front is the length of the barrel, and the diameter in the back is the diameter. These calibers all exceed the main guns on Yamato-class battleships. If the explosive packs and propellant weights of these 3 guns are the same, it is easy to see which one has the best performance. In the early stage, it is enough to choose a mass-produced unscrupulous gun. The manuscript must be in duplicate. One copy is sent to the blacksmith to build the gun body, and the other is to the carpenter to build the bracket. This will test the craftsmanship of the craftsman, especially the carpenters, who have to create a bracket of the right size without the actual body of the gun. If these carpenters can make 100 mahjong tiles of the same size, they won't be too scratching their heads when making artillery brackets. The only difficulty is that the outer city is where the craftsmen live. There are very few craftsmen living in the inner city. How many people can be found is still unknown. At least the blacksmith and carpenter have to make up 3 people. Otherwise, I would be too sorry for my purely hand-drawn drawings. After the success, Yaji's advance person brought 4 barrels of gunpowder from Zhuji, and began to try to make explosive packs, and waited for them to be transported from outside to make up for him. The only thing that made a certain prince pleased was that according to the ratio of nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal and the actual use, there were dozens of gunpowder formulas in the late Ming dynasty. Both fire attack Ziyao and Western French magic machine introduced more than 20 kinds. There are more than 50 formulas mentioned in Binglu. More importantly, the gunpowder has been granulated. The Firefighting Essentials records the process of testing the quality of gunpowder. Take a little powder, put it in the palm of your hand, and it will not burn. Or use a wooden board to test it, and it will be slightly invisible. The smoke is white. The one who is quick and straight is the winner. This kind of gunpowder is a qualified product, and its burning rate and effect are very similar to those of gunpowder 100 or 200 years later. If you find that the palms of your hands are hot, the boards are burned, and black smoke is ignited, they are inferior products and need to be repushed. The tools for pounding gunpowder are copper-clad wooden pestle and copper-inlaid wooden mortar. When pounding is carried out by manpower, in order to avoid fire, it is necessary to ensure that the gunpowder is moist, and water must be continuously sprayed during the pounding process. The finished gunpowder will be manufactured into different sizes of granular according to the type of weapon. The fire attack Xiao records that the medicine has been pounded, that is, the thick and thin bamboo sieve is used, and the big gunpowder heavy artillery is sieved into millet beads with a coarse sieve. The medicine small and medium-sized artillery is sieved with a medium sieve to form sumi beads, and the shotgun medicine is sieved with a fine sieve to form corn beads. However, the gunpowder does not need to be pearls, and a small can is used for later use. Yoji didn't know which kind of gunpowder was the most suitable drug for the explosive pack. There was a bucket of each kind of gunpowder in front of him, so I just tried them one by one. And for a while, you can't really throw explosive bags in the Imperial City. You have to use equal weight ballast as a substitute for explosive bags. Hearing that the prince was planning to play gunpowder, Zhuji, who was patrolling the end gate, couldn't help being shocked. He hurried over and wanted to stop it. However, when he arrived at the scene, he discovered that the prince had placed the 4 barrels of gunpowder at a long distance, almost 50 steps away. In places, even if it explodes, there will be no serious consequences. King is here, and it just so happens that my palace is considering what kind of gunpowder to use for the pill pack. I wonder if King has any experience. Yoji talked about his simple artillery by the way. With this stuff, he would stop many brain cells from working. With the firecrackers made by His Highness, the minister thought that the wolf machine medicine was more suitable. This is a humble opinion. I also hope that His Highness will be the judge. Zuyuji could only make one suggestion. After all, seeing the drawings drawn by the prince, the fire bludgeon was too crude. It was just a circle of iron sheets, and it was hard to say whether it was lethal. The eunuchs and guards are also at a loss. The magic weapon of the fairy world is simple and simple. Now this fire gun is so simple, is it really used to defend against the enemy and kill the thieves? Zuyuji had never seen a gunpowder that used gunpowder to hit gunpowder. Artillery and shotguns in this era were all shot with iron or lead. The firecracker developed by His Royal Highness really meant rice porridge when eating rice. It really made him puzzled. Yoji saw the unclear and stern look of everyone, and thought, my palace is still planning to add ash to the face. You will not understand this routine for a while, just watch it carefully by the side. It's just that when there is no electric light, you can only use torches to illuminate, and you are really afraid of being blown by the wind. Sparks will fall on the gunpowder. As a result, Yoji can only make the first dark cooking-styled dynamite bag of Datong Dynasty. Anyway, you can't eat this stuff yourself. If anyone dares to give a bad review after eating, then I will give you a few more portions for free. Wrap the explosive with thick paper first, and fear that it will be ignited when it is ignited. Then wrap the thick paper with a damp cloth without dripping water, and then tie it with a rope to form a shoebox-like tuft. The appearance looks like that, but I don't know how much damage it can actually hit. Yoji couldn't help being lonely, so he sent people to open an open space for testing. There was 5 gin of gunpowder inside, which was equivalent to about 6 gin. Zuyuji asked a soldier to ignite the fuse, and Yoji hid in a corner 50 meters away and took a peek. Boom! After a loud noise, Yoji was escorted by many guards to check the scene when the smoke dissipated. Judging from the traces left on the scene, with the bombing point as the center of the circle, targets within a radius of 10 meters will be affected. But I still can't guess how deadly it is. I don't have a steel ball on hand, and I don't dare to use it under this black light. The eager craftsman finally arrived. But Yang Jinkao worked hard to find only 4 blacksmiths and 5 carpenters in a short time. What kind of business can a person do at this point? The palace also wants to create an Imperial City Crop Arms Company. Well, better than nothing. At least 3 styles of unscrupulous guns can be created. Zuyuji poked aside and watched blankly. He really couldn't believe that less than 10 craftsmen could make a cannon with hammers and planes. Could this be the legendary gameplay in the fairy world from complex to simple? It's incredible. Yoji is actually the same. Do you think this is what the house wants? My palace also wants to use CNC machine tools, but there is no such thing. My palace is also very embarrassed. The situation in the empire is so miserable, to the point where you use net bags to catch locusts, and use conscientious artillery to bombard rebellion. Zuyuji still felt embarrassed to be unable to help by the side, and simply said, His Royal Highness, this magic weapon has not been named, so it is better for your highness to give it a name, so that the soldiers will be familiar with the name. Carl. Too vulgar. Conscience cannon? No. Justice from heaven? No plus no. Doorway dream? No plus no plus no. Kalashnikov cannon? This name directly reminded a certain prince of the Black Uncles. Yamato? N. Hey, this famous paper is good. Make a 3-pack version, which is called the Land Battleship. The 6-pack version is called Super Land Battleship, and the 9-pack version is called Ultimate Land Battleship. Although the barrel is not that long, the caliber is definitely scary. If anyone refuses to accept it, As long as he opens his mouth, a 10-pound medicine packet will fall from the sky. From now on, the artillery of our great dynasty will have individual artillery. Yamato. I don't know how Soup Warlock would feel when he saw the handmade artillery, or it was made by a blacksmith. The productivity of our Datong dynasty is so advanced. The artillery can be made by a craftsman, and the loading and launching can also be completed by a soldier. If you don't have large livestock, you can lead the pig to transport the artillery. The transporter itself can also be used as food for the artillery. Even if you think about this strategy, Yoji thinks he is wise and martial. The tank engines of the Datong Zhao's armored units can be eaten, and the transporters of the artillery units can also be eaten. This greatly reduces the logistical burden, which is really a wise move. Chapter 149, A Grand Celebration. Although a crooked name is easy to support, given that there are already apocalyptic tanks and Wanli airships, this new weapon will still be ordered with the year number of the cheap grandpa this time. It is tentatively named Longking Squeeze Gun. In view of the tens of thousands of rebels in the Beijing camp besieging their chicken coop, they will not be able to stand up to the Yongwei camp. It is indeed necessary to give them a grand celebration. Let's just use these 4 cannons to congratulate them. Longking Type 80 by 30, Longking Type B 100 by 40, Longking Type C 120 by 50. Since Yang Jinkao summoned 4 blacksmiths, Yoji made 2 types of Longking Type B with a more suitable size, and thickened them. The 50 cm S version, the craftsmen don't care so much. Since the prince asked to do it, he could receive a huge sum of 10 tals of silver. Then do it. As for whether such a simple firecracker can fire, it doesn't matter to them. After the materials arrived, even if the Mini Crop Arms Company was officially put into production, the blacksmiths began to hammer the iron sheets, and the carpenters used saws to stab the wood, measuring the size according to the scaled rope given by the prince. Dongongbing by Eunuch has never seen how fire guns are made, but Zhang Liuan and Liu Feng, the eunuch of the armor factory pasting factory beside him, are both insiders. Facing the prince, they can only have big eyes. He stared and remained silent. The technological process of Western artillery is divided into 9 parts: copper smelting, mold making, molding, pouring, deregulation, cavity inspection, grinding mouth, rim cavity, and fire drill. Even if the initial metal smelting part is neglected, it must go through at least 6 parts. 7 processes can be regarded as a finished product. Don't talk about direct casting. Even if the clay used to make fire blasts requires clay, fine sand, loess, magnetic ash and other materials. The mortar has good plasticity, the fine sand is resistant to high temperatures, the loess has high strength, and the volume after magnetic ash is fired. The change is small. Mix these materials and touch them to the wooden mold to make a fixed size. After that, it must be dried, and then heated and fired before it can be completed, and no moisture can enter. Otherwise honeycomb holes will be formed on the barrel when the actual casting is carried out. These air holes will directly cause the barrel to burst when the artillery fires a shell. This is just one part of the model making process. It is extremely cumbersome to add up the processes of making firecrackers. But every step must be carefully, and if there is a slight error, all previous efforts will be lost. In comparison, the current method of making gunshots by the prince is just like jokes. Although it may have been learned from the immortal world, if they can project 10 catties of projectiles, then they will only cry secretly. Iron sheet, iron nail, iron ring, plank, wooden frame. Both sides need to be crafted by craftsmen, but there are only a few materials needed for the prince's side, and they are very easy to manufacture, and ordinary craftsmen can participate in making firecrackers. If making firecrackers becomes so simple and easy to use, maybe the prince will have to abolish some of the people in the armor factory, and I am afraid that his official position will not be preserved. How can this be good? This kind of artillery making method can only be seen by you. If it leaks out, don't blame this palace turning its face ruthless. If this thing is learned by the emperor, I really don't know how many unconscionable guns the braids will make. It will be easy for the Darking Wangshi to go south to attack the city, and maybe even the capital can be defeated by them. Subordinates dare not. Hearing what the prince meant, he didn't plan to abolish himself, otherwise he wouldn't be so commanded. In the future, this artillery will be exclusively produced by the armor factory. The palace will allocate a place for you to make this weapon alone. These craftsmen and their families will be included in it to increase their monthly salary. They must be settled. For his family members, all the money they need can be paid. The secrecy measures for making unscrupulous guns must be the best, even if it will eventually leak. We must delay the leak as much as possible. When this winter, Huang Ji will lead his pig legs into the customs and rob. At least there will be hundreds of unscrupulous cannons to welcome them. Strive to make the explosive bag fall on the head of every armored soldier. This is a veritable good luck. His Royal Highness decree. Keep in mind the ministers. Hearing that the prince made such an arrangement, the post-factory eunuch Zhang Liuan and the bureau officer Liu Feng were relieved. The official hat on their heads was saved. The prince was willing to give such instructions and treat these craftsmen and their families kindly afterwards, whether it can be as sharp and mighty as Western firecrackers. The truth will be revealed after these fairy world firecrackers have completed their test shots. If it is terrible, they can be persuaded to dispel their previous thoughts. The Emperor of the Apocalypse loved to play with woodworking, and the little prince inherited his uncle's remarkable hobby. Not only the woodworking, but also the blacksmithing work, is simply better than blue. The nobles in the back residence heard that their beautiful relatives said that the Beijing camp had launched a rebellion, and suddenly became uneasy. It took about an hour to complete the long King 8-tip mortar built with hammers, planes, saws and other tools. It can be seen that the master blacksmith is still very serious and responsible, and may also be afraid of being chopped off. So although the construction time is very short, the iron barrel has shown a relatively regular cylindrical shape. Yoji asked his servant to move the mortar to the square inches front of the Huangjai Hall, and then according to the written steps, put the stone cannonballs as heavy as the explosive bag into the gun management, and the back was still padded with wooden boards. The recoil of the unconscionable gun is very large, so the semi-buried launch method is generally used. The floor in front of the Huangjai Hall is full of stone slabs, and the Yoji has to be knocked out first, and then a hole is dug to fix the iron cannon. If you change it to other places, there is fruity soil, but the place is not spacious enough. Without knowing the range, it is likely to hit the building, and there is nothing else except the pile of gold and silver. After opening a test field, the guards all withdrew from the square. Only a certain prince, Li Jizu, Yang Jinkao, post-factory eunuch Zhang Liuan, bureau officer Liu Feng, and 8 masters in the internal affairs were present. Zhu Yuji had returned to Chengshinmen to inspect the situation of the city defense. In order to show it in front of the young master, Zhang Liuan volunteered to start the fuse, and asked Liu Feng to hold a large wooden board as a shield 10 meters away to prevent being bombed. The prince and others were hiding in the middle of 20 meters away. Since it was still dark, a brazier was placed every 10 steps 15 meters in the middle of the square to indicate the distance and also for lighting purposes. After pre-weighing, the 2 stone bullets weighed 5 jin and 10 jin respectively, that is, 6 jin and 12 jin. Yoji still doesn't know how far such a heavy cannonball can be hit. It is not convenient to observe the trajectory at night, and the artillery can only be buried in a 45-degree angle posture with the maximum range that can be theoretically obtained. It is not easy to find the impact point when the projectile hits the stone slab, so Yoji let the stone projectile be filled with paint for painting, so that as long as it falls on the ground, a piece of graffiti will be thrown out, which is convenient for being found and measuring the range. There is also a Yi Ming's tied to it, which is brought from a beautiful mother. I hope that Dad will not be angry when he wakes up. After all, the development of advanced weapons also requires early investment. Ignition. Yoji decided to test a heavier live ammunition first, because if a stone weighing 10 kilograms can fly to a distance of 100 meters away, and replaced by a cannonball that weighs 5 kilograms, it is estimated that the people in the front gate will suffer. Zhang Yuan ran back quickly when he saw the fuse began to burn. He didn't know if this thing would explode in place. If he was really guessed, then he would definitely be blown into pieces first. Bang! Because of the large caliber, it is difficult to keep the sound, so the sound of this large caliber mortar is relatively low. I don't want the small caliber artillery to be crisp, but the propellant still exposes an oblate fireball in the dark. No in-situ explosion has met Yoji's first requirement. Seeing something seems to be flying across the night sky, I can't help but set up a pergola to look at it, but his eyes are too bad, and the light is dark and the distance is far away. Nothing. A few seconds later, a muffled noise came out from a distance. It should be that the stone bullet hit the stone slab. Yang Jinkao asked the 4 inner masters to search for the Yimingzu, but it was probably broken. But as long as it still glows, it is easy to be spotted. Over there. One of the guys holding the torch saw the target and hurriedly turned his head and called. The other 3 followed the final landing point, looking back for the first landing point of the stone bullet. After the graffiti is discovered, the actual range can be determined. Bureau Officer Liu Feng, as an insider, began to measure the distance. His Royal Highness, it's 117 steps. After hearing the news, Yoji calculated that the range of the Lonking 8 mortar was 1755 meters, which had exceeded his higher expectations of 150 meters. The test results were very satisfactory to a certain prince. Fortunately, the test was not replaced with a 5-pound shell at the beginning. Otherwise, it might be thrown on the head of the soldiers of the Yonghui battalion. As long as it hits a person, even if the opponent wears a helmet, it will be a fatal blow. Inferring from this, a 5-pound shell should be able to be thrown 250 meters away, but the power will be relatively small. Since the explosive package is used, it will be worth 2 feet. It is absolutely necessary to entertain the chicken outside the customs. 2 catties are short. Just now Yoji saw a very faint and staggering green light in the night sky. That was the light from Yimingzu, but it was far inferior to the brightness of the flares, and the parabola of the ballistic trajectory was almost invisible. What if you put a layer of oil on the surface of the stone? When the propellant is ignited, maybe the oil on the stone bullet will also burn, and it will be a fireball when thrown out, so that the trajectory can be seen. As soon as he said nothing, Yoji immediately asked his servant to brush the stone bullets according to this method, and then conducted a second test, and then began to launch live ammunition with explosive packs. Bang! Sure enough, as expected. Despite the oak board as a barrier, the few flames that burst out of the barrel ignited the oil on the stone bullets. It was easy for everyone to see that the bullet was thrown into the air at an oblique angle of 45 degrees. Yozai. Now those guys with a bad conscience in Jinying will have fun, and many people will go to the Paralympics. I don't know if the flame will directly ignite the explosive package. The oak partition and the bottom of the barrel are not tightly connected. It is certain that the flame will burst out and even surround the explosive package. If it is not wrapped in a wet cloth, the explosive package is very likely to be in the blast hole. Explosion. The fuse of the explosive package cannot accelerate the burning speed because of this. Otherwise, if it explodes in midair, its lethality to the enemy will drop sharply. But right now, the Yonghui battalion is desperately resisting the attack of the group of 25 boys. Time is precious, and the third test must be carried out immediately. It is not too late to think of a countermeasure after the live ammunition test is completed. This time the fuse was lengthened deliberately to give Zhang Yuan, the post-factory eunuch, enough time to run. If 10 catties of explosives explode on the spot, it would be a joke. Because the explosive bag has a much larger surface area than the stone bullet and is affected by air resistance more obviously, the range should be closer than that of the stone bullet, but it is still necessary to completely remove everyone in the area of the impact point. Bang! It is the first step to fire the explosive pack safely, and the second step is completed without exploding in midair. Boom! The third step is to wait until it reaches the limit of range to explode, and then check the damage situation near the explosion point. Fortunately, I informed the court in advance, otherwise a group of concubines would have to be frightened to make Harong pale, and be careful that the liver and the hemisphere would tremble. Is this considered a success? Why is there no sense of accomplishment at all? Could it be said that weapons that are not put on the battlefield have no existential value? Yoji went over to check the mortar, that is, the deterioration of the iron barrel. It didn't seem to be too serious. You can continue to shoot several shots. It is better to hit the sun if you choose another day. Now you can pull it to the inner city to show your skills. Alright. Although there is only one cannon, it is at least a bit missing. But hitting the ground is a rare and precious living target. This kind of opportunity is not easy to come across. Killing one is one. Listening to the description of Fang Zhenghua's return from the survey site, there were enough 10,000 people in the Beijing camp who came to attack the city, so I think this is Shayback. Throwing an explosive pack in the past, without killing or wounding 5 or 6 pieces. I'm sorry for the manufacturer's manufacturing cost. As a prince, Yoji couldn't go out to the city. Witnessing the killing effect of this gun, always felt that the satisfaction would be so lost. No matter what the prince thought, the people around were already astonished that their jaws were about to close. Especially the eunuch Zhang Liuan of the post factory and Liu Feng, the bureau official, saw that such a crudely crafted firecracker could have great power, and they had mixed feelings in their hearts. The advanced gun manufacturing process they learned from the West with their painstaking effort in their armor factory was crushed by such a simple magic weapon from the fairy world. The range is the same, people are much cheaper than the firecrackers in your factory, and the price is the same, and the quantity they produce will be much more than yours. It's sad to think about it. After watching the 3 test shots, just such a conscientious gun caused 2.5 million points of critical damage to the director and deputy director. Thinking about the benefits, it will not be so troublesome to make firecrackers with a shorter range in the future, and hundreds of blacksmiths and carpenters can create hundreds of firecrackers, according to the manufacturing method of His Royal Highness. The large-scale firecrackers dare not say, but the small and medium-sized firecrackers will never be lacking in the future. After that, the other 3 mortars were completed one after another. Yoji tested them and recorded the data. After recording the data, they allocated all the 4 small iron cannons to the Huangdegong ministry who was fighting the rebels in the city. Chapter 150. Victory. From the Yonghui battalions stationed everywhere in the inner city rushing to help the direction of the southern city wall, you can feel that the battle situation at Huangdegong is getting tighter, and both sides are gritting their teeth, and it depends on who can make it to the end. What Jinying did was completely exchanging life for money, but all the dead were the cannon fodder from the charge below. The lieutenant and the participating generals would not easily try the danger. They also wanted to attack the imperial city to snatch gold and silver jewels. And even it's cool to sit on the dragon chair. Faced with such a huge temptation, as long as there is a bit of a bargaining chip in hand, normal people will be eager to try, and will not be willing to have only a pair of pants or even a nakedness. Even at that point, I'm afraid they will always think about it. Turn it over. There are more than 3,000 guards in the Imperial Horse Superintendent, which were left over from the integration of the Tengxiang 4 guards. They were transferred away by Cao Huichun to form the Yonghui battalion. Those with weaker combat effectiveness will continue to stay to guard the imperial city. There are hundreds of people in the factory. Except for a few guards, most of them are eunuchs, and their combat power is of the scum level. They can't do it directly with Jiningan. It is a pipe dream to expect them to guard the imperial city. If you count the people and horses walking around in the East Factory, there are as many as 5 or 6,000 people if they are all assembled. With the addition of Handyman, maybe there are 8,000 people, but they are all mobs and do not have street fighting at all. Ability. At this time, it would be nice if there was the East Palace Guards or the North Factory by your side. Even if there was only one waiting by the side, Yoji would not be scared. The life-saving props of the Yongwing camp were about to make the opposite group of 25 boys shattered. It seems that when the enemy is repelled, the formation of 2 teams of one's own must be put on the agenda. Even if the battalion of the Brave Guard is crippled as a result of the battle, there will be 2 new troops to take on the defense. The important task of the capital. Give me to stand it up. Huang Degong had been killed so much that he was covered in blood. If it hadn't been for the identity of the general soldier's armor, no one would be able to recognize it. Although he had an arrow in his body and 3 stab wounds, he still commanded the battle on the front line, which not only boosted morale, but also observed the enemy's situation. After 3 repeated battles, the southern city wall of the inner city was still controlled by the Yongwing camp. For this, more than 500 people were killed and injured. 4 of the 5 horse-faces between the turret and Xuanyuman were destroyed. The Wenqing Tower was bombarded by the fire and left only a small half, and the wooden structure in the ruined wall was still burning. But in comparison, the other side suffered even more. Not to mention that he didn't take advantage of it. He even went into a few bosses. There were so many corpses under the roots of the city that there were so many empty spaces. In this small area, the Deputy General Ding Jian lost nearly 2,000 people, but he still did not capture a city head, leaving the generals under his command helpless. There is a gap in the combat power of the 2 sides, but I did not expect it to be so much different. It was not without fighting for the 5th Army camp, but when it was a matter of life and death, they were still counseled. They attacked the city several times and were counter-killed by the other side. Repel. After repeated defeats, Ding Jian, Deputy General of the 5th Army Battalion, discussed with He Wei, Deputy General of the Shenjing Battalion. For the present plan, he could only rely on the advantage of the engine room to bombard the city with a fierce bombardment before killing the Yongwei Battalion, the spirit of the people, and then rushed into the city. Boom boom boom. It's strange to say that Shenjing, who is usually lazy in training, has almost fully utilized its abilities tonight, and its firecrackers' rate of fire and accuracy have almost reached the level of Yongwing, which is regarded as a private vengeance. The falling projectiles blasted hundreds of large and small pits on the city wall. As the shelling continued, these pits gradually began to splice, eventually forming more deadly holes, at least 2 or 3 feet in diameter. If it is allowed to develop, sooner or later, the city wall will collapse, so that the 5th Army camp can save the ladder and run directly on the collapsed city wall to enter the inner city. Quickly move the bricks, sandbags, and wooden boards to close the gap. Camp Yongwei will use everything available around him, many of which are requisitioned from Minjulai in the city. If things like water tanks and graphite are too heavy, they will also be used for solidification. Defense. About 80% of the female wall was destroyed by artillery shells, and the defenders could only rely on temporary sandbags to resist attacks from the outer city. The casualties will be great, but it is also an inevitable strategy. Abandoning the fort is equivalent to letting the rebels into the inner city, and it is very difficult to hope that the enemy will be defeated by street fighting. These eggless grandchildren. Huang Degong looked at the ignition light from a distance, gritted his teeth with hatred, and the rebels of Jining relied on their fire guns to have a long range and kept bombarding the city. The firecrackers deployed on the city wall were destroyed by dozens of firecrackers, and they were all small-caliber firecrackers reluctantly added. The large ones were too heavy to be transported in time. Although the Hongi cannon is cumbersome and extremely inconvenient to move, it can be used as a siege cannon because of its long range and great power. Because the city walls are fixed, the artillery positions in the outer city can be moved at any time, and there are a large number of mansions as a cover. The Ongwai battalion can hardly hit the opponent's artillery position when it fires from the inside out, but the Shinji battalion has repeatedly succeeded. The Ongwai battalion suffered this big loss. The heavy artillery of its own side was collapsed due to the collapse of the city, and the elevation angle became smaller, resulting in a sharp drop in the range. Although the Shinji battalion had a considerable loss, it was still able to carry it. Huang Degong has already taken measures to reduce casualties as much as possible. For example, only a few sentries were left during the enemy's shelling, and the rest of the soldiers withdrew from the city, and waited until the infantry attacked before coming out to fight bloody battles. This will not change the passive beating situation. As time goes by, the firepower gap between the two sides will become more and more obvious, unless you continue to draw troops from all parts of the inner city to help. The more than 1,000 Chaeying soldiers who came in from outside the city have been paid to the head of the city by Huang Degong. Even so, he still feels that the city defense is a little unstable, and rebellion can rush up again at any time. Report. Chief Rong, His Royal Highness sent people to send 4 fire guns. After the messenger clasped his fists and saluted, he pointed to several carriages and a group of people under the city. It's so good. Let it move to the top of the city. Huang Degong said a little perfunctorily, but he was muttering in his heart, what can the 4 doors do? And the 40 doors sent may not be able to withstand the fierce bombardment of the Hongi cannon. 4 gates are 4 gates. At any rate, it is the prince's kindness. It is hard to be kind, and it is better than sending 2 carts of sacks. Thanks to Chief Rong, someone said that this blunder is so powerful that you have to dig a hole near the root of the city. So this, isn't it going to hit the city wall? Huang Degong was very incomprehensible about the arrangement of the prince's men. What was the reason for bombarding his own city wall? Could it be that this group of people hadn't even fiddled with fire guns, so they were sent by the prince to make fire guns? He wants to go down and see in person. If this is the case, then the soldiers under his command will take it all. Zong Rong, don't come here unharmed. Seeing Huang Degong, who was surrounded by the crowd, Liu Feng, an armor factory official, gave his hand in advance with a smile on his face. Who am I? It turned out to be Factory Officer Liu. This is an old acquaintance, and Huang Degong has always harassed Liu Feng in order to find the best quality weapons for Yongwing. Now that the thieves are attacking the city, Liu is not talented. Although he is not brave, he still knows a little bit about being brave, so he recommended himself to His Royal Highness. Just watching the excitement by the side, Liu Feng thinks that his face is dull, and if he doesn't do anything at this time, it is inevitable that the prince will despise himself. Seeing that the firecrackers made by the prince were so powerful, Zhang Liuan, the eunuch of the pasting factory, had already consciously went out to collect artisans. As a factory officer, Liu Feng couldn't do anything else. How to make firecrackers is an expert, by no means inferior to those gunners who can go to battle and kill the enemy. I was about to hear that this gun was going to dig a hole first, but I don't know if it is true. Huang Degong was embarrassed to ask that he saw 4 iron buckets, but didn't even see the fire gun. Since it was sent by the prince, he might have hidden mystery, so it would be better not to show his timidity first. The Chief Rong is right, and His Royal Highness specifically urged that if you don't dig the pit, the force generated by this blunder may damage the soldiers present. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Liu Feng would not believe that just such an iron bucket would be able to hit a Tenjin medicine packet. Oh, so that's the case. Then I would like to ask Factory Officer Liu to give some pointers. The gunners under my command can also be taught as soon as possible. I have never seen such a firecracker, and the launch method is also very special. It is better to let the professionals come and do it first. His soldiers must first see and understand before speaking. If they go up rashly, they may even be unclear. It's so good. After Liu Feng agreed, he instructed his servant and guards to unload the mortar from the carriage, found an open space near the roots of the city, and began to dig the pit in an orderly manner. Unlike the similar cannons of this era, the blunderbuss with a relatively low and straight trajectory, and the curved trajectory of the mortar is close to the howitzer, so the closer the artillery position is to the city wall, the safer it is. But still have to leave a certain distance, at least let the projectile fly over the city head, otherwise it really becomes a self-arm bombardment. After the coolie servants dug the hole, Liu Feng deliberately measured it with a wooden ruler to make sure that the recoil could be offset. To be on the safe side, Liu Feng followed the instructions of the prince and first tested it with equal weight stone bullets. After confirming that the cannonballs could fly over the city head smoothly, he filled the medicine packs. Oh, it's amazing. Huang Degong saw the stone bullet flying over the city, and immediately admired. Although the body of this gun is not amazing, its power is amazing. Zongrong, I haven't filled the official medicine pack yet. Seeing Huang Degong's astonishment, Liu Feng couldn't help being smug in secret. This guy had the same expression as Shikai himself, but he still carefully pointed his subordinates to do things. Oh, Huang Degong thought that the stone bullet was the bullet of the firecracker, and the pill bag was the propellant in the medicine pool. Also please Zongrong and Xia Shangcheng to have a look at the grand occasion. Liu Feng has seen live ammunition exercises and has not seen the use of medicine packs to beat people. Tonight is the right time. Alright, come here. Bring the armor to factory officer Liu. Huang Degong also wanted to see how powerful this iron barrel firecracker was, but the city was extremely dangerous, so Liu Feng had to be armed. Thank you, Chief Rong. Liu Feng also didn't want to go up wearing a commoner. He was not afraid that he would not be bulletproof on his behalf, and he still died when he was hit by Liu Ya. When the gunner told Liu Feng on the head of the city, the factory officer immediately yelled below, and then ran to the other side of the city wall quickly. Everyone could only see 4 massive black shadows flying across the night sky in the distance, and then they couldn't see anything. Boom! But soon, the slight disappointment they had just produced was swept away by the violent explosion. The fire of the 4 groups burst out at a distance of 100 meters from the city head. Although there were a lot of fires nearby, they still looked exceptionally dazzling. The sound is comparable to the thunder that suddenly explodes in a silent night. It is generally distracting. The timid people will instinctively shiver when they hear it. The Beijing-based soldiers who were gathering near the impact point and planned to launch another siege operation became the first sacrifices under the Longking mortar. The iron bullets fired by the firecrackers in this era are similar to the armor-piercing bullets of later generations. Both of them are aimed at piercing attacks. The damage effect of the explosive pack is similar to that of a grenade, and the bombing effect is extremely significant. The guy who happened to be at the bombing point was shot dead on the spot. People within 10 paces nearby were either dead or injured. Only less than 10 people were directly bombarded by explosives. Most of them had internal bleeding, and their internal organs were affected differently. The degree of damage. A group of people lay on the ground awkwardly, and it took a long time to wake up, completely unaware of what happened to them. The guy who was still alive heard a loud noise, and then his eyes went dark and he didn't know anything. The guy who was still feeling a little dizzy shook his head vigorously, trying to get up, but his body refused to do so. Many people began to cough up blood, and some even struggled a few times before giving up. Lying on the spot panting like a fish. Don't pretend to be dead. Give me up. Summoner Qian went to inspect the scene near the bombing point. They didn't understand what was going on either, so they could only viciously kick the soldiers on the ground and urge them to get up and prepare for battle. Maybe the defenders used unknown weapons, but even so, they must continue to attack the city. If they can't attack, The silver in the imperial city has nothing to do with them. Compared to the piles of gold and silver jewelry, what is this loss? For the sake of silver, it is worth dying no matter how many people die, as long as you are fine. Ha 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 ha. The firecrackers sent by His Highness are really powerful. Huang Degong, who was very pleased, had already observed the situation near the bombing point through a telescope. This result was really unexpected. A firecracker like an iron bucket can be moved with 2 people, but its power cannot be underestimated, and it does have the energy efficiency of killing all directions. If the prince can send dozens or even hundreds of such iron buckets, it will not be difficult for the soldiers of the brave battalion to stick to the city. In fact, only 3 of the 4 explosive packs that flew past fell on the head of the rebels, 1 fell into the air, only 1 of the 3 hit the target, and the other 2 could only be regarded as hitting the opponent's vicinity. Including minor injuries such as internal bleeding, the total number of casualties was less than 30. But for Liu Feng's improvised artillery unit, it was already a victory. Good fight. Reload. When Liu Feng was overjoyed, he encouraged his subordinates to continue to fire and fight for more times. The significance of their coming here is that they came here to help the prince. They were able to kill as many thieves as possible. They were also seen by Huang Degong and reported to them. Will be rewarded. After receiving the verbal praise from the boss, everyone cheered up and gathered their enthusiasm. Killing the enemy to get the money was everyone's confession and demand. Besides, they would not end well if they were killed by the thief. Into the city.